Martin Balgari Vulu, agus fáte go Strathpeffer, as na Gaeltoch, a sin nuas ag toliche a bhí agus ha mé toliche go bhesih ule an heo cólarín an dú son na chunne Good morning and welcome to you all. It's lovely to host you here in the Highlands, in the wonderful, beautiful Highlands of Scotland. I know many of you have already commented on the venue and the place that we are in Strathpeffer here, and also on the fact that we ordered some wonderful, beautiful sunshine. There was forecast for rain last night. It didn't happen, as far as I know, we are going to have a lovely day for the rest of the day. So can I start by giving you a very warm welcome to you all. I'm delighted that this meeting of the Convention of the Highlands and Islands is taking place in Strathpeffer. Strathpeffer takes its name from the nearby River Peffer, and from the mid-1800s, Strathpeffer began to attract visitors as a spa resort, with its architecture being described as resembling somewhere in Bavaria. For those of you who have been there, you may probably be able to make that, recognise the architectural style. In 1881, this pavilion here was opened to provide a variety of types of entertainment, and this continues into the present with a full calendar of events. One of the last times I was here was actually Dingle Gaelic Choir's 50th anniversary. Kate, you might remember back then. I'm delighted to have the Deputy First Minister and Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Gaelic chairing this meeting of the Convention, and also to have the Minister for Business here today when he turns up. I'm grateful to the Scottish Government for their continued commitment to the Convention of the Highlands and Islands. It was set up 20 years ago, and I would argue it's still as relevant today as it was back then. Today's agenda is focusing on the RTO. The regional transformation opportunities in digital are of huge importance to our communities. Indeed, I don't think I have seen a report at any previous meeting of the Convention which highlights the sheer scale of potential investment opportunities for the Highlands and Islands that this RTO paper sets out. To fully realise these opportunities will require us all to adopt a collaborative approach. This is not a new idea. In Highland, we have a very good track record of working collaboratively with partners. For example, in the development of the City Region deal, which this year will see Inverness Castle open as an iconic city centre visitor attraction, or through establishing the Inverness and Cromarty Green Freeport. And it's not the first time you'll have heard me talk about that at CoHI. The collaborative approach at CoHI, HIREP, and between public and private sectors will help put us in the best place possible to fully realise and exploit these opportunities for the benefits of the communities right across our Highlands and Islands. I believe there is real generational opportunity for the Highlands and Islands to become the powerhouse of the renewable energy economy in Scotland that is at the very heart of providing future energy security and energy resilience for the whole country. These strategic investment opportunities will have the potential to shape the economy of the Highlands and Islands, as well as making a very tangible contribution to the economic growth of the country. However, to fully realise these opportunities, there is a real need to ensure that we have the necessary enablers and supporting infrastructure in place so that we are able to fully exploit these huge economic opportunities for the benefits of the Highlands and Islands. And that's not the first time that we have addressed that at CoHI as well and made representation in other forums. These enablers are highlighted in the report and include service provision, transport infrastructure, grid capacity and connection, ports, planning and digital, and I look forward to this morning's discussion around how, working collaboratively, we can work at delivering these. Housing across all tenures. Now there's a thing. Sean Neal, they've put him right down at the bottom of the table today, because the last time that we were at CoHI, he was put next to me and I nipped his ear all day. And now look, he's specially arranged for this. He's landed up down at the bottom where I can't nip his ear, or so he thinks. But housing across all tenures is absolutely crucial to strengthening and sustaining our population, addressing inequality and supporting the delivery of economic growth across our area. If we do not have homes for people, then our ability to fully realise and exploit these economic opportunities for our region will stall. This is why in Highland we declared a housing challenge to bring partners together to focus collective effort to accelerate housing provision. And I'm pleased that the High-Rep Housing Subgroup are also looking at opportunities to accelerate housing growth across the region. Spotlight paper highlights some of the opportunities and challenges being faced over housing, such as investment, availability of land and capacity. The paper also highlights a number of areas which, if addressed, would enable the acceleration of the delivery of housing development across the Highlands and Islands, and I look forward to discussing these this morning and coming away with a plan for action. The other spotlight paper that we'll consider this morning is about skills, and if our communities are truly to benefit from these RTOs, then we need to ensure that we have the opportunity to gain the skills needed for the future. We need to ensure we bridge skills gaps and retain and attract talent to the Highlands and Islands to create a future-ready workforce for these future opportunities. I again look forward to the discussion on how we can deliver a step change in approach so we can deliver for the future. It's nice to see Frank here as well, as usual. I'm looking forward to the contributions in that. All of these enablers, when combined with the RTOs, can give us the opportunity to address a key issue of concern across the Highlands and Islands, which is depopulation. We've talked about that many times. We really do have a once-in-a-generational opportunity to reset the economy of the Highlands and Islands to ensure we have sustainable and growing communities. Later this afternoon, we will discuss digital, and I'm pleased that considerable progress over the past few years has been made to ensure communities have access to fast, reliable broadband and mobile services. In these days, we really need to think of digital access as an essential utility like electricity and water. That's why I'm very keen to ensure that none of our communities across the Highlands and Islands are disadvantaged due to a lack of such access, and keen to hear the timeline to ensure that everyone in the Highlands and Islands can play their part in the digital economy. So I have concerns over the switch off of the public switched telephone network, as well as the radio teleswitch service, and the potential impact this may have, particularly the vulnerable in our communities. So I look forward to discussing how we can encourage those who are responsible for managing this transition to do so fully and fully aware of the needs of our communities. Very much look forward to today's discussions at the Convention of Highlands and Islands, and we consider all the important issues that are in our papers today and see how we can make a real difference for the future of our communities across the Highlands and Islands. Good morning. It's good to see you all. On, is it? Oh, there we go. Good morning. Good to see you all. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you, not least because it's about 5 minutes away from home, and that never happens, as you know, when you're a Highland or an Island representative. So my commiserations to everybody else who did have to travel, but it was very nice not to have to go too far. And thank you so much to Highland Council for their warm welcome. I think this is the first Convention of the Highlands and Islands that I can recall where the morning beverages include a single malt Scotch whisky. I assume that's to slip into your coffee to get through today. And welcome to Mr. Lochhead too. So this morning's agenda is hugely exciting. We have, in the last couple of weeks, really, since the last Convention of the Highlands and Islands, I feel, made enormous progress on identifying the biggest opportunities for the Highlands and Islands. At the last convention, we talked about bringing together all the investment opportunities across the Highlands and Islands, and it's brilliant to see an action agreed, an action delivered, and I look forward to us building on that progress, having identified the biggest regional transformation opportunities to then secure the funding and the progress
on those opportunities. And in between conventions, I know that different bodies around the table have been very busy ensuring that we can put the right infrastructure in place to make the most of this. I know, for example, there has been a workforce and skills planning event in the Highlands. I know that some of our island colleagues have been making progress on transport and so on. And so trying to get the different building blocks in place to then capitalise on those opportunities. I was struck this morning when doing a radio interview on Good Morning Scotland about these opportunities. The comment was made that, well, we've been here before, we've talked about opportunities before, but nobody can argue we've never seen anything of this magnitude before, or this scale, or this possibility before, and it's really very exciting. So we'll go through, as the leader of Highland Council set out, we'll go through a number of different reports. Obviously, I'm always keen that when going through these reports, we're thinking about what the action is, and we're thinking about who owns that action and how we measure the progress along that action. And I think that's what we're seeing in today's agenda, having discussed things, making progress, and we want to then keep moving that forward. Before we get into the substance of the agenda, a few housekeeping details to pass on. You will remember that the convention is being live streamed and recorded to transcribe. So that means that if you want to speak, please put your mic on. And if you want to mutter under your breath, please switch it off, because that will be part of the transcription. If you are on X or on any form of social media, you can post from the convention hashtag, which is hashtag Spring CoHI 2025, which may be more appropriate to say Summer CoHI 2025. Lunch is going to be served in the same area as tea and coffee was provided this morning. There's no fire alarm planned for today, so if the alarm does go off, please leave quickly and move to the nearest fire assembly point. So, thank you very much, and I think we will get started with the first agenda item, bang on time. So our first point of action was to invite you to note updates to the outcomes from previous conventions in paper 1, and I won't go into detail because you'll have the papers in front of you. So I'll just pause to see if anybody has any comments. And as always, if you want to speak, just put your hand up and catch my attention. Nope. In which case, we'll move swiftly on. But if anything does come to mind following the meeting, then please let the Secretariat team know. Okay, we'll move on to the refreshed terms of reference. So as you know, over the course of the last year, we've been working with all of you to develop terms of reference for the Convention of the Highlands and Islands. And thank you so much for engaging quite enthusiastically in that process. It's seldom that you get people excited about terms of reference, but actually there's been a lot of engagement on that. We've now circulated what we hope is the final version. And so before I ask for the formal approval, does anyone have any questions or comments on paper 2? Do you think it's sufficiently action-oriented? It's sufficiently focused, clearer? Does it make you feel like your time here will be worthwhile? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just in 3.5, it's come to our attention that where it says, with the exception of the host local authority, where a second political attendee is also permitted, in some of our councils where they're quite political, that could cause a problem. So whether it needs to be a bit more explicit, where it's at the behest of the leader or the representative at CoHI, otherwise it could be a bit of a bun fight for that second place.
Thank you for that. Yep.
Thanks, Deputy First Minister. At the risk of standing in between this and final approval, I'm thoughtful about what you were saying at the beginning there about action, and it was something you talked a lot about at the last CoHI as well. Looking at the section where we talk about interaction with the High Rep, and I think that's a really helpful definition, I think there's an opportunity to strengthen the way we work with other partnerships. So I'm really conscious that we all sitting around this table, we don't have anything defined in the terms of reference about how we take our actions back into our own organisations as a, you know, maybe it's implied, but I wonder if we should be more explicit about how we take action back into our own organisations. And I'm also mindful of our community planning partnerships. So we all have them, recognise that they're all at different stages of maturity or kind of how much they deliver. But I'm conscious that we all have representatives sitting around those CPP tables discussing much of what is on our agenda here. And I think there might be an opportunity to strengthen that. Maybe it's just a line about how we feed in and out of the CPPs to make sure that both groups are cited on the mutual topics that we're discussing and trying to push forward. And there's I suppose linking in with that, just around the section on decision-making and reporting, I think that bit was really helpful. I do wonder if we need to be more explicit about the remit of the decision-making. And we all know that we can't do anything that goes against, you know, our various constitutions and what we all are kind of legally, you know, here to do. So I wonder if we need to talk more about the scope of those decisions and how they'll drive forward action. Thanks.
I don't necessarily want to disagree, but I think we could get tied in knots trying to work out how we manage things across a wider geography. For me, the terms of reference should really reflect how we work within this meeting and how this meeting works. I think the implicit assumption is that we do take that back and we drive the agenda. But I think if we try and orchestrate how that works, I think we could be here forever talking about those mechanisms and how it will or won't work in different places. Whereas I think the terms of reference as they stand would work from my perspective in terms of that.
Thanks, Malcolm.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Just to concur with my colleague from Orkney, I think a lot of thought has gone into these terms of reference, and the community planning point that was well made, but I think it's incumbent on particularly the local authority partners who are the principal support of community planning to take items back, and I know that's the practice in our own area, so I think that can be assumed.
Thanks. Any last comments? Great. In which case, we will give a brief thought to the point around strengthening language about the two positions. I think that's fair enough. In terms of the remit of the decision-making, I suppose for me, the purpose here is for us to be empowered, sufficiently empowered, to decide on high-level actions that we can all progress. And where those have been agreed, I guess I'm assuming that you can then navigate your own organisations and how to make that happen. So I suppose the example of the regional transformation opportunities which we agreed was an information gathering exercise. Highlands and Islands Enterprise led, so they had an action that they owned to progress. So there is a point where we certainly shouldn't be making decisions where there isn't agreement across the board. I think the point that I like about Sarah's suggestion is around the feedback mechanism, because if we all agree here and then you go back to your respective organisations and nothing happens, then it's just lip service rather than actual decision making. So Sarah, maybe even if it's not in the terms of reference, we could give some thought separately to the terms of reference about how we bridge some of those gaps with communities, with community planning partnerships, and wider organisations. So maybe we could have a separate conversation and we can look through language. If anyone has specifics on language where you think that that could be clearer, that's fine, because I think it's a valid point. Okay. In which case, subject to the point around the two political representatives, can I check whether we have agreement, formal approval of the terms of reference? Yeah, great. In which case, thank you, we will note that down. Okay. So I think you all heard the actions there, so I won't summarise anything further, but I can confirm that the terms of reference have been agreed. Okay, I'll move us on to the written papers now. As Raymond said, there are quite a few written updates relating to actions arising from the convention in October. So we first have an update from the Regional Economic Partnership. Great to see publication of the hugely significant Regional Economic Strategy setting clear aims and objectives. I think you'll all join me in welcoming the strategy and acknowledging the collaborative work and effort that's gone into it. As always, the value of bringing this to CoHI is to look at where we can drive collaboration across all the different actions. Paper 4 is an update from Hightrans on Health and Transport Access Plan for the region, and it outlines the recommendations of their scoping review and their intentions to engage further with local authorities and health boards. We then have an update on the transformation of digital public services, and finally, Paper 6 is a report on childcare in rural and island communities produced by Highlands and Islands Enterprise, and that report builds on the important discussions that have already taken place amongst partners around this table and beyond. Childcare, needless to say, is absolutely vital to rural and island communities and economies. So thanks to High for their leadership on that, and the Scottish Government, my ministerial colleagues, I hope will consider the report's findings carefully and discuss that further with High and others in due course. So can I open up to the room for comments on these papers?
I'm sure somebody will go first the next time. Basically, on the transport paper, just a couple of things really, and again, it's probably linking into what Sarah Compton-Bishop was saying about a role of the community planning partnerships, because again, with the transport stuff, all the partners are around the table, so I think there could be a role there for community planning, because it's just another level, because you're going to have, we've already got one in Grampian, and you're going to then have a Highland one, and certainly for us, servicing two transport groups would be quite difficult. So just wondering if, are we creating something that we don't necessarily need, would be one comment. On the childcare paper, I think it's disappointing that Murray isn't represented for a pilot, because we have the Strathpeffer Valley where there's a real need for childcare, and I'm just wondering if there would be an opportunity for us to be involved in that, considering that we led some of the discussions in the subgroup. And I'll let others come in and may come back with more.
Thanks. Does anybody from Hightrans want to talk about? Yeah, Ronald.
I do, yeah. Yeah, on Kathleen's point about avoiding duplication around having a second HTAP, with Murray having that split, I think we could certainly get around that by sitting the NHS Grampian part of our area outside of that HTAP, so that you don't have to be part of two, so that the NHS Grampian HTAP would exclude Murray, and we would focus on the other health board areas that don't already enjoy the opportunity to have a health and transport action plan that supports their area. Very happy to consider ways of broadening that and perhaps feeding back, I think, from that work. I think the way that the health and transport action plan in Murray works is that there will be periodic reporting back to community planning on the work of the HTAP, and I think we could certainly look to do that for any emergent work that feeds into the community planning partnerships in Argyll and Bute, Highland, Highland and Islands, Orkney and Shetland, as we've got in the proposal here.
Kathleen, do you want to come back on that? Is that?
I think largely a lot of our admissions would go towards Aberdeen, but we do have some that go to Regmore, so there is an element of making sure that we do cross both areas, but as I say, is that risk of duplication and input from officers as well?
Thanks. I think it's a fair point to note, and we can look at process. Thanks. Hi, anything on childcare before I move to Paul?
There is a section in the report, DFM, on Murray, but we can definitely look at any pilot that might be considered around Speyside in particular. Yep.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a really interesting report. The only point that I could talk about a lot of areas in it, but I'm just going to focus on one. That's the funding element of it. I mean, I think we need to recognise that there's a shared responsibility for funding. We're doing quite a bit of work at the moment, and we're dealing with local government division to get extra funding. You know, there's lots of other partners. NHS should really be at the table, and I think we need to have that difficult discussion about, you know, how we're going to fund it, because if we're struggling to fund it and they're the main beneficiaries or users of the service, you know, there's something that needs to change in terms of the funding mechanism there.
And is this specifically on childcare?
No, sorry, this is on transport.
This is on transport, sorry. Yeah. Right. Thanks. Emma.
Thank you very much, Deputy First Minister. I just wanted to pick up on the childcare paper, and I think it's a really good evidence base, so I really would like to pass on my thanks for that, because there's got a lot of information in it that I think we can share from other areas. But just wanted to pick up on the early adopters programme that Shetland's been part of. A lot of the feedback that we're hearing from people is that cut-off point of March 2026 for funding is making it quite difficult for people to feel that they have the confidence that this is a solution for them. So I did wonder if there was an opportunity to maybe explore how we could take that further, because I think that is having an impact and it's not really showing us how transformational that could be for people. Thank you.
Thanks. I certainly think that's a worthwhile conversation. Some of that's probably caught up in budget processes and spending reviews that are pending. Anybody else? Beyond you, Kathleen?
I just wonder if I could come back on the digital paper, which is the Scott account was created when the My account's already well established and widely used. So just really wondering, is it going to eventually replace My account? And if so, what will the transition plan be to minimise disruption to users?
Does anybody want to talk to the, is that down? We may want to hold that one for the digital conversation then later on today, unless anybody wants to respond to that. But we'll obviously be joined by some Scottish Government colleagues on digital, so we could hold that for there. Okay. Okay. Unless there's any glaring disagreements or sounds like general positive reception to the papers, so thanks to those that were tasked with drafting them and for the progress on those. Great. Well, that brings us to the first major discussion point, which we've set aside 2 hours for, and I think will be difficult to discuss without reference actually to these first few papers, because we, I'm sure, will talk about how exciting the transformational opportunities are. The key, to my mind, is putting in place the infrastructure that will enable them to progress, and it's difficult to do that without reference to transport and childcare and healthcare and so on and so forth. So I certainly see this as being a case where all organisations around this table have a stake in enabling or otherwise progress on these opportunities. Huge thanks to the rep for producing the informative report. It definitely sets out the scale and the significance of the opportunities. I have often said, quoting other people that have been in this business for longer than I have, that the Highlands and Islands has always made greatest progress through key economic interventions. It fills our schools, it secures the funding for our infrastructure, it delivers the houses and so on, and we have got a story to tell which is remarkable and, to my mind, outstrips anything that the rest of the UK or the rest of Scotland can talk about. And what I was exercised about at our last convention was that whilst Shetland could talk about phenomenal opportunities and Orkney could talk about phenomenal opportunities and Highland could talk about phenomenal opportunities, how much greater is the opportunity on a global scale if we talk about it collectively. And that is not in any way to dismiss the local opportunities, but this really puts us on the map talking about £100 billion worth of opportunities. Obviously, we're not starting from scratch either. There's already a great deal of excellent work underway, a lot of excitement. I had the privilege of joining Highland Council as they pitched to investors around some of the opportunities in housing. And without embarrassing them, a couple of the investors who had popped up from London said that they had never heard such a credible and commercial pitch from a local authority as they'd heard from Highland Council in that pitch. And I'm sure that the same could be said from any of our Highlands and Islands local authorities. So that kind of feedback is remarkable, and it's where I think we want to be. And then obviously our enterprise agencies are playing a vital role in coordinating, working collaboratively, strengthening local supply chains, and we've got colleagues in energy policy as well, actively engaging with developers. My last point to make is that in looking at this pipeline, we have to understand and recognise what the enablers are, from skills, public services and so on. But we also have to understand very clearly what kind of legacy we want from any of this, because it could just be that we celebrate £100 billion worth of delivery, of investment opportunities having been delivered. What I want to see is this being the means of reversing decline in depopulation, of the means of delivering more affordable housing, of better, well-paid, secured jobs, of childcare provision improving dramatically. So I think we have a privileged seat at this table to not only look at what role we play in enabling, but what role we play in securing legacy for our people. And Sarah started at the beginning when we were talking about terms of reference and talking about those who are not here and community planning partnerships and what communities want and think. And I'm very conscious that we represent them in trying to secure legacy. So I'm very keen to hear from everyone around the table on those two questions: what your role is enabling, or what you want to see others do in terms of enabling, and what your role is in terms of securing legacy, or what you want to see others do in terms of securing legacy. So inputs and outputs. I will now pass over to Martin Johnson, thank you, Director of Strategy and Regional Economy at HI, to give us an overview of the report. Martin will present for about 20 minutes, and then really delighted to move on to Frank to present on the overview of skills in the context of the RTO report, and then we'll open it up to, I will then move on to a brief discussion before moving on to Derek Brown. Great, thanks. Over to you, Martin.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be ably assisted in the slides with Laura. So, start with some good news. Firstly, I'm not going to take 20 minutes to present at you, so that gives more time for the more substantive agenda items that follow. And also recognise that given the collaborative and iterative nature of this, quite a few colleagues around the table will have heard me speak on this before and seen the slides. However, not everyone has, so your forbearance. So really, very quickly and very simply, three things I'm going to take us through. So what it is, what does it tell us, and what are we going to do with it? So the next slide, please, Laura. So thank you. So as colleagues look at the screen, I kind of tend to quote the parable of the three blind men, which is to say that across government, across HIE, across local authorities, and across others, all of us could describe a piece of the picture that we were looking at, but we didn't have an aggregate view of, well, we knew it was big, but what does big look like? So through the Regional Economic Partnership, we undertook to do a piece of research to identify, well, what are we looking at and what might we need to do? And building on work that was done at the Convention of the Highlands and Islands a few years ago, we identified key sectors to focus in and those that were felt to have the greatest transformational opportunities. So this is not an exercise in everything, nor indeed, given the nature of it, is an exercise in exactitude. It intends to give us a scale of order of magnitude. Next slide, please. And the next one, please. So, what does the research tell us? Well, the researchers did some desk research. The researchers, from information that collectively we'd passed to them, went and spoke to project owners and identified 251 projects around the region. If all of those come to pass, then that will mean the private sector is investing in the regions of £100 billion of capital over the next 15 years around the Highlands and Islands of Scotland. And that will add something like 77 billion of gross value added to Scotland's economy, to the UK economy. During the development, the construction and implementation, that's what DCI stands for on the bottom left, that's something like 114,000.
Can I ask you to put the mic closer?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Livestream's struggling a wee bit.
Both the mic and myself can move closer together. A bit tight for room on this side. So during the development, the construction and implementation phase, something like 114,000 job years. So a job year is one person works full-time for 1 year. That's a job year. And once we get into the sort of steady state, the operation and maintenance of these projects, something like 18,000 new full-time equivalent jobs being added to the economy of Scotland, to the economy of this region. That map on the right, there aren't 250 dots on there. Not all of the projects are in the public domain, plus it would get a very busy slide when we did that. But you can start to see the spread of the projects around the region. Next slide, please. This slide basically is in two halves, and they each tell us the same thing. So in decreasing order on the table on the left, you can see which sectors are providing the greatest investment around the region, and that is reflected in the pie chart on the right. So we can see the vast bulk of the investment is coming from green energy, from renewable energy, and enabling infrastructure. And you can see as it decreases, the other contributions being made. Next slide, please. Starting now to turn towards place. The map on the right is the one we saw before, and the red lines are a degree of arbitrariness in terms of where do we see clusters starting to emerge. Some of those are obvious around the islands, and then others are, as I said, more subjective. But we can start to see the place-based impact of these projects. And the bar charts on the left break down by local authority and by sort of population of this local authority, just to give us a feel for what this looks like in terms of local authority and scale of population. Next slide, please. So just to guide your eye on this slide, across from left to right is the things I've been speaking about in terms of the job years, in terms of the GVA, in terms of the full-time equivalents. And the top line is if everything comes to pass, what does that look like? And that's a reflection of the previous slides. Now, we know not everything is going to go to plan. Not all of these projects are at the final investment decision. They're at different stages. And we've seen just in this last week, sort of two announcements of bumps on the road. So one of them is not in our area, but it's illustrative. And that was the Hornsey 4 development of England, a large, very large offshore wind farm, which has been paused by its developers. And one closer to home is the Drax's development of Cruachan 2, where again they've paused. And that reflects what we know, that these are large capital investments. They are often being delivered by multinational companies. They face global investment decisions. Those global investment decisions are impacted by exchange rates, the supply and cost of capital, as well as things in terms of this region that they need to look at, such as workforce, skills, enabling infrastructure. So the report looks at different scenarios. The scenarios are illustrative to help those of us in a policy position to think through what we need to think through. I'm not going to go through them by detail, but it is worthwhile looking at scenario one, which is the top one in the red box at the bottom. So in talking to the developers and minded that most of the investment was coming from green energy, two key things, two very related key things came forward from those. One was about the electricity grid, and two was around the sort of policy and regulation to do with the electricity grid. Now, since the report was done, we've seen the announcement from Scottish and Southern Electric's transmission that their board has taken the decision to invest up to 22 billion capital in developing the grid. So that physical infrastructure is underway. And industry, Scottish Government are lobbying hard with the UK Government around the policy and regulation of the wholesale electricity market. So there's a lot of work being done there to minimise the risk to the decision makers around about that. So that's worthwhile highlighting just that scenario one. So where we think we're at is that second scenario that's on the slide that the consultants are very snappily titled status adjusted. So that's just kind of taking a look at what we're facing here. And to help bring that to life, that says that we think that there's something like 70 billion of capital is the sort of realistic figure, we think, not to dismiss the 100 billion. That is the size of the opportunity based on what the project owners want to see them deliver. Over a 15-year period between 1965 and 1980, so the same period, different time, but same period as this research, the oil and gas sector, when they were investing in the UK continental shelf, so between 65 and 80, that figure was round about 78 billion in current figures. So we think that we're in the ballpark of what was happening over that period. And many will remember or be aware of that was very much a boom time for Scotland's economy and the UK economy. Circumstances are different, it doesn't directly equate, but that is a sort of socio-economic opportunity that we're looking at. Next slide, please. So looking at that sort of status adjusted, then the two maps. The one on the left says, well, what at a ward level will be the employment implications during the sort of development, the construction implementation phase. And the map on the right, similar point, but once it's settled down, becomes steady state. Now, the slide on the screen appears very blue, it's more nuanced in the report, but also to say that is at the ward level, so there will be clusters of population growth, of workforce growth around the region. And later on in the presentation, we've got a deeper dive on workforce and skills from Skills Development Scotland. Next slide, please. So I guess one of the big opportunities here is a repopulation of the Highlands and Islands based on new, good quality, sustainable jobs being created. Two sides of the same coin on that one. One, how will we develop the workforce and how will we give them the skills? And secondly, where will they live? So the report also looked at available data and had discussions with local authorities and Scottish Government in terms of, well, what is the anticipated supply of housing over the next 10 to 15 years? And we map that against where we think the jobs are going to be created, where people are going to live. So this is an estimate. Again, it's not an accurate detail, but it gives us a scale of order of magnitude of additional housing that this region is going to need, from the private sector all the way through to social housing there. And you can see there the sort of scale of housing that we're looking at based on those projections. And again, we've got a deeper dive on housing after this. Next slide, please. So, second to last slide from me. So, none of this is guaranteed. A lot of work across local authorities, Scottish Government, HIE, SDS, and others is about working with the private sector, the project owners and the supply chain to understand what are their needs and wants and how do we make that happen. And across the Regional Economic Partnership, across CoHI, across the Scottish Government, and I think some aspects of this with the UK Government, then there's work to be done looking at the barriers and enablers. Over the same period, the Regional Economic Partnership developed its strategy that was approved for the final time by the board last month, and that sets out the sort of key priorities for the region. And it's no surprise that it picks up things like childcare, skills and workforce, housing, transport. We know that these are the things that we have to get right. These are the things that we have a hand in terms of developing, and if we get it right, they are enablers, and if we don't get them right, they are barriers to the development. What we're trying to do is work with the project owners, the companies, the businesses looking to invest, but also where they're borrowing the money from. So we know that we have to demonstrate to them that this region and Scotland is open for business. What does that mean? It means that we understand business, we understand what drives their investment decisions, whether they're the project owner or the people providing them the capital. So we have to demonstrate to them that we can deliver a workforce, we can skill a workforce, we can house a workforce, we can develop the supply chain, and we've got the enabling infrastructure that they can invest and be as guaranteed as you ever can, they'll get the return that they're looking for on their investment. Also, it's very much about working with communities. Not everyone is going to welcome this change, and we have a story there to get out, and we have to listen to those that have got objections. Also, very much came up earlier on, it's about legacy. It's about how do we get community benefit? How do we get that social charter from these large-scale developments that we can demonstrate both to ourselves and to our communities that there is long-term socio-benefit over and above the jobs being created and the wealth being created. So this is all about us working together. That's partly why, well, largely why we're here at the Convention of Highlands and Islands today. It comes from the Regional Economic Partnership. I'm really pleased to report we had a very positive meeting with the Scottish Government. I'm 33 years in economic development in Scotland, and it's one of the few times, indeed the only time, I can think where we had Director Generals from different portfolios of government with the directors, with other colleagues, hear a similar presentation to this, here from the Regional Economic Partnership, and agree to work with us in a collaborative way. Because again, we need that sort of aggregate picture laid out. We need everyone to know their role in that. And we want people not to work in their silos, but to work with us at the regional and at the national level. And we very much intend to use the High Rep strategy and its structure. We're not looking to reinvent the wheel. We're not looking for any more meetings than we need to have. And this is about planning at the regional level, but recognize these projects sit in place, so we'll have to deliver locally. And we intend to use, hopefully, CoHI, hopefully to bring good news where things are working positively. But if there are certain things we need a roundtable discussion on because they're that important, then we think CoHI is the place to bring these things. Next and last slide, please. So in conclusion, I think there's a huge socio-economic opportunity for Scotland, for this region. And it's not new. So I'm 33 years of working in economic development. I know colleagues that have been working for at least 20 years across HIE, Scottish Enterprise, Scottish Government, local authorities, to realise this opportunity, particularly from green energy. Collaboration is absolutely key, but we start from a good place. This comes from the Regional Economic Partnership. We're here today at the Convention of Highlands and Islands, and we know we've got the attention and the interest of colleagues at Scottish Government. So that ends for me. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I shall move swiftly on to Frank, please.
Thank you. So, obviously this complements what Martin's already been through, and it will also be really important for the conversation Derek's going to have. So, we started from
Sorry, Frank. I think you've got to shove it in your
right.
face, the mic, because the live stream
Do you hear me now?
Struggling, yeah.
Okay. Normally I try to hide my Glasgow accent when I'm up here. So, the concept behind this was we had the last discussion at CoHI to really think about what do we need to do to focus on maximising the economic opportunity that's coming down our way, but in doing that ensuring a lasting legacy for the Highland Islands. That's the background to this, and they've already heard the £100 billion worth of investment over the next 10, 15 years. We had a summit with the Highland Council, with HIE and with UHI, and SFC were present as well at the beginning of April in Inverness. We had done work running up to it with 50 employers, but on the day we had 70 employers there present, and actually more wanted to arrive. We just ran out of room. There's a huge appetite for coming along to this to hear the challenge that we all want to face into. I would think there was a couple of clear messages coming through. One was, across the business community, that business as usual won't work. That businesses need to collaborate together, but also work closer with the public sector to how they're going to face into those challenges to both maximise the economic opportunity, but also ensure those lasting legacies are there. And so real willingness by the business community to to co-invest and work with the public sector how we do that. Now, down the lines, and as we work through this, it's very clear that companies want to look at regional skill academies and working with the public sector to create those opportunities. But where we are just now with some real focus about how do we make sure we retain working age people in the area and attract working age people into the area. So we had a mandate asked of us, and we will go back to the people who were at that summit and let them know how it goes today to see whether we had a response today that supports this. So that was about testing the concept, agreeing in principle with the employers, but also well aware that we're focused in the Highland region just now, but we're going to want to, in the back of this, roll out to other council regions over the course of the next few months, and that means working with all their employers as well and run up to those similar summits. So the ask coming out of the summit, were investing in our schools and communities to promote area attractiveness, highlight the scale of future opportunities in the region, and routes to employment through work-based learning pathways, including foundation apprenticeships. Investing to develop our workforce, providing industry-informed and focused training to address specific technical skills, and promptly and utilising technology to enhance skills delivery. Attracting working-age families to the region, promoting regional opportunities within and out with the region to retain and attract the working-age population in line with job creation in both opportunity sectors and wider enabling sectors. And doing that by also expanding technical and vocational learning, committing to greater levels of industry-intensive technical and vocational provision, including apprenticeships, and having that through UHI by additional, more flexible credit funding to expand provision for training and upskilling. Interestingly, there's a discussion around the visas that we're going, how do we attract people from other countries, but of course the news this morning means that's going to be even tougher, but actually it brings us back to the importance of doing the other things well to make sure we retain and attract who we can into the areas. And of course, the need for support for cross-government prioritisation of the housing challenge we face that Derek will talk about. The other bit I think it's worth just discussing before I pass out to colleagues who did this with us for their comments on it, was whilst we're £100 billion over the next 10 or 15 years in the Highland Islands, the work we've done suggests there's a £200 to £240 billion investment across Scotland at the same time. So there's huge competition for talent going to happen across Scotland over the next 10 or 15 years. It's really important, the Highland Islands, and I do think there's an advantage here because of the background of collaboration that already exists up here that can get a march on others in getting forward and meeting that challenge. So Bill Lobman was kind enough to open it up for us, so I went over. Bill wanted to make a couple of comments. He was there for the day, and then I'll maybe ask Alistair Dodds and Alison McCall to make a couple of comments as well, if you don't mind.
Please.
Thanks, Deputy First Minister. I think the work that, and he doesn't thank me for saying this, but I think the work Frank has done today has been really significant. We've spoken to the private sector, we've spoken to the education sector, and I think there's a really good collaborative report here. It does depend on how we respond to it, and I'd be really disappointed, and I'm sure you would as well, I'm sure everybody here would be, if we don't take this opportunity to work together. I think it can help with the funding issues, I think it can help with the volume of skills that we need here. And I'm really pleased with the work that's been done so far. I think collaboration across these various sectors can be really effective. I think, as Frank has said up front, the initial work has been largely across Highland, and I think we need to be quite careful that we expand that, because the skills needs will be quite specific, I think, to local authority area, and even within some of the bigger local authority areas. So I think there's still work to do, and I know Frank is fully aware of that, and as I said, he won't thank me for this, but I think Frank would be a great person to continue to lead this exercise, because we do need proper responses. Kathleen Robertson always goes on about action. I think we've done a lot of the research, and now we need to get down to specifics. So I'm really pleased with what's been done so far, so thanks.
Frank, was there anyone else you wanted to bring in?
I think Bill was going to comment, because Bill was kind enough to open up the session up for us, and I think if Alison McCall wants to make a comment, because he was also jointly holding this summit with us.
I think from our point of view, the Workforce North is critical to providing reassurance to energy and housing developers that we have a structured plan to provide them with a skilled workforce for the future. But it's also critical to stopping the drain of our young workforce of the future and upskilling them to fill vacancies that even a few short years ago would just have been a pipe dream. What's required of us, I think, is to use that oft-used phrase, joined up thinking. We need a single plan, a single team approach, where the aim, all the arms of local and national government work together with businesses and communities to assess and respond to the demand. We need a well-structured and responsive map to supply-side solutions, which encompasses our schools, our colleges, and the University of the Highlands and Islands, and our key industrial partners. So really, this is the opportunity of a lifetime for our young people, and we can't afford to let it go.
Thanks very much, Bill. Alistair, go to you next.
Thank you, DFM. Can I firstly just echo Alistair's comments and thank Frank for the leadership he's shown in this, and I endorse the idea that, Frank, you continue to lead this. I think that would be extremely helpful. Can I sort of talk a little bit about how we move this forward? And we talk about action points and how we turn this from, a plan, an excellent plan and report into results. I think there are sort of 3 stages, identifying where the demand is, coordinating that demand, and then turning it into a business case to make sure we have the funds to deliver this. I think sort of breaking that down, identifying demand is really complex. We've got to think about the volume of demand, the character of demand, and critically, the timing of demand. And I think CoHI and SDS are really well placed to be able to do that, working with partners around the table. I think how we coordinate this in an integrated way is going to be absolutely fundamental, because traditionally that's been really tough. And I think the university is happy to and willing to play a role in that. But that will require us to collaborate with other institutions, with private sector training providers, and anybody that forms part of that delivery ecosystem. And then finally, let me be quite clear. We have more demand at the moment for apprenticeships and vocational skills than we're funded to deliver. Significantly more demand. This requires funding and it requires investment if we're going to meet the challenge and the opportunities here. So I think as part of that, we need to develop a comprehensive business case that justifies that investment. And I think that's a challenge that will involve all of us around the table to make sure that that funding is there. And I should say, I don't think that's just funding from government. That includes co-investment and private sector investment from some of the companies that represent the organisations that are investing or thinking about investing, and also potentially some more traditional forms of finance as well. So I'd like to see us take this report and move it forward into identifying, coordinating and developing a business case, because pace in this is absolutely crucial. There are competitors out there beyond the Highlands and Islands, and if we don't deliver this at pace, others may well do that.
Okay, thanks. Frank, are you finished with that presentation then? Or is there anything further you want to add before you conclude the presentation?
No, I think I'd like to open up for discussion. There is a full report there with a lot more detail in it that some colleagues have already. So I think I'd really like to have a discussion whether in principle we've got support to take it to the next stage and come back with those business cases and what that means in a very practical sense. Great. And also work in all the other regions to move that out and flush out across all the geography. Okay,
I think we will come on to discussion in a moment. I think listening to the presentation itself and the need to coordinate demand, it strikes me that maybe your work's not finished quite yet then, because then the next iteration is delivering on the actions. And I think the point around Highlands and Islands Enterprise, Skills Development Scotland and the university and colleges coordinating to take this onto the next stage of, we know that there is huge demand. There's obviously a lot of anecdotal feedback about the skills challenges and particular skills shortages, but it is quantifying what that actually is and what short-term quick interventions would make the biggest difference, and then what longer-term reform is required. And that needs to be on a genuinely regional basis right across the Highlands and Islands, understanding that there is competition from the rest of Scotland and the wider UK. Some interventions that have worked really well elsewhere could be replicated quite easily, and I think that that is a significant piece of work. I had been minded to then go on to housing in order to then have a general conversation about everything, but I think I am going to open it up for comments on the skills. The questions here are, if all that is true as it is, one, how does this group coordinate demand? Two, how does this group identify demand, including bringing in others that won't actually be here? Third, what are the quickest interventions that we can take, not in terms of the generic more funding or this, more courses? Well, that's fine. If you take all of those points as read, what are the most immediate interventions that we can take? Not least because some of the private sector organisations are themselves setting up quick fixes to upskill and reskill. And so I think those are my three questions specifically on skills, and I will open up. Are you sure you definitely can go? Yeah, please come in.
Thank you, Chair. Cara Aitchison, the Interim Co-Chair of the Scottish Funding Council, and I really welcome Frank's report and the comments that have been made subsequently, and want to give the commitment of the Scottish Funding Council to working in partnership with Skills Development Scotland, with the Convention and all of the partner bodies here to make this a reality. And it strikes me that we have an opportunity over the next few months with the new legislation, tertiary education and training bill that will be going through. It would be worth some of us, I think, outside of this room having some further conversations on the ways in which we might want to input into the final shape of that legislation, just to make sure that it works for everyone that's represented here. And I'll give my undertaking that I'll liaise with Frank to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Sorry, I had to give the microphone a bit of a thump there. Thank you, Vicky Nairn, Principal and Vice-Chancellor, UHI. I think I really welcome the work that's been done, and obviously we've been involved in working with Frank and his team. I think for me, there's a sense of urgency around this. We've been talking about these economic development opportunities for a couple of years now, and there is lots of good work going on, but we have to find a way to turbocharge this work, because as Councillor Lobban was saying, these are our future for our young people, and actually we're losing them all the time to the Central Belt, to cities. So in terms of how we take that forward, we're actively working with the SFC and very much welcome Cara's support in that, in terms of flexibility around funding streams between further education, apprenticeships and higher education. That's really important for us, because the ability to adapt and flex our funding around where it's needed both. So we estimate we have about 20% of unmet demand on further education, which links directly to the skills pipeline. And that's what companies who are coming into their region want to see. They want that assurance that actually they can get the skills they need when they need them, both at FE level and at HE level. So for us, I'm really keen to understand how we can really speed this up and move that forward. So I think the work that Frank and the team have led is a really excellent start. But I'm really keen to have a discussion about how we turn that into actions with very clear deliverables. And the other thing that would really help, although I realise it's probably a bit more tricky, is to help us plan that and to help us link into the workforce planning that the private sector needs. Any longer term budgeting that we can move to in terms of annual grants and allocations, again, would be very much appreciated, because at the moment we go from year to year, and it's really tricky when you're trying to put together a long-term plan for education and research in the area when you don't quite know what your allocations are going to be. So again, talking about things that would make a difference, that would be a huge difference for us. And I know other public sector agencies might feel the same. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I wrote down 2 comments that you made. How do we speed this up and how do we find a way? That's the exam question for this session. How do we speed this up and how do we find a way? And I'm not suggesting that we're going to necessarily hit on the key and core actions to take in this meeting, but I do think that this is the next big focus for the next convention of the Highlands and Islands. A really robust, credible plan that answers the question of how do we speed this up and how do we find a way? And what are the things that we actually control and what do we not control? So I don't think there's any conversation about any action in any realm of the public sector that doesn't ask for multi-year budgeting, not within our gift, sadly. So things like that are interesting to discuss, but they aren't going to deliver the quick results that we want. So how do we speed this up? How do we find a way? That is the exam question to take away. I'm going to come to Nick, and then I'm coming over here.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much. Nick Harfide, CEO of Nature Scott. We talked about, obviously, skills, and we've talked about infrastructure. I just wanted to pause for a moment on the role of investment in natural infrastructure to secure and support, ensure, as it were, a lot of this built and human infrastructure that we've talked about. Particularly, obviously, looking forward, we're looking over a long time scale. So looking at climate adaptation and how we can use nature to support these really exciting investments. Just to offer, we've done some work on the necessary kind of volume and types of skills needed for this natural infrastructure. So delighted to be able to contribute that towards the joint effort. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Damien.
Thanks, DFM. Just to make a couple of points. The scale of the new investment is substantial, but in talking to all of the local authorities, replacement demand is going to be very significant as well. So we're looking at well over 90,000 jobs out to 2034 in terms of replacement demand. So this matters for all employers because there'll be pressure across every employer to recruit talent in if everybody's not contributing. And I guess that's the second point. I'm very, very hopeful that co-investment from the private sector could be a real lever in the plan going forward. I think, as you suggested, DFM, in the beginning, we don't all see the same picture. I think what the summit translated for the private sector and even companies of the scale of SSE, transmission and distribution, is the scale of this investment is like nothing we've seen before. And they need to collaborate rather than steal and compete. They've got to put fish in the pond, and they've got to co-invest. And I think the challenge for us partners in the public sector is leveraging more from the private sector to co-invest so that we're all contributing to the expansion of the workforce in the region.
Alistair.
You asked for short-term solutions, DFM. I think one would be to immediately meet that unmet demand and to fund that. Money aside, you know, that's a quick fix. And the other one is just picking up on Damien's comments there. Developing and agreeing these co-investment agreements is quite a specialised process and requires specialised skills. I think it would be really helpful if we could find a way to put in place, I don't know, 3 or 4 people with those skills brought in specifically to develop co-investment agreements and base them at one of the organisations, it might be UHI, around the table to get that process moving. So short-term things that are within our gift and we could do relatively quickly with a significant impact.
Thanks very much. I mean, my view is that the scale of the demand right now calls for creative, unusual, I've got some other synonyms of that word, you get my impression, solutions here of you know, and we have done that elsewhere. This is not a question of waiting for reforms. This is a question of, in the next year, what levers do we have to pull? There will be a lot of school leavers leaving school in the next month. How many of them are going to go straight into the workforce? And can we attract them into the workforce and so on? Frank, you look like you want to come in.
Interestingly, I think that the summit was really to see, well, it had a number of companies talk to me beforehand about co-investment, to see how wide a appetite was there out there in the private sector, and it was huge. Because they realise, again, it can't be business as usual. They've got to do something different. They can't just be in this on their own. Even big companies have heard from SSE. But what was interesting for me, SSE were saying for each apprentice they put up for an ability to get an apprenticeship, they get between 70 and 80 applications for each apprenticeship. Then there was a smaller company in Inverness who say, we're getting between 15 and 20 applications for each apprenticeship. So there's a huge appetite for young people in the Highland Islands to do this work, do the apprenticeships. So I think we've got demand from employers, and we've got a willingness from young people to do apprenticeships. It must be an ability to bring these together quicker, to allow that opportunity to really cement people into the regions in a way that we can get on with that very quickly, because they're real jobs and they're here now that are available for people to go into.
Thanks. There is a difficult conversation. Anytime I discuss this with the Minister, he says, okay, everybody's telling me they need skills. Tell me precisely. Don't just tell me you need engineers. Tell me who is it you're looking for, how many, and where can we deliver the biggest change quickly. And the difficulty with prioritisation is by its very nature. Some are prioritised to the detriment of others in terms of skills. So I think that's the territory we need to be in around quantifying precisely what people need. They don't just need generic skills. They probably need not just welders. What kind of welders do we need? Not just engineers. What kind of engineers do we need? How many do we need this year versus next year or in 5 years' time? And I think for me, that's the kind of territory we need to get into with a further paper. And if we can all speak with one voice on that, I think there's huge opportunity to do that. Maggie.
Thank you. I suppose obviously working with the oil and gas industry, then I'm aware of the APITO scheme, which is essentially the industry taking the lead around developing a global view about the skills requirements for the energy industry, and then taking a very proactive stance on making sure that they get the skills that they're looking for. So I wonder how much we're challenging the industry to actually take a lead, saying, look, we can support you with this, but there are existing models where the industry actually deliver and fund properly the training requirements for the industry.
Thanks. Bill and then Cara.
Deputy First Minister, I think you got it right. We need to target the skills that we need, and we need to ask the employers the skill they need. There is no point us sitting around the table and deciding we need so many welders and so many plasterers and so many engineers, etc. We need to ask the employers, what do they want from us? But, you know, this is coming down towards us like an express train. And you've got large companies, very well-developed companies with large funding behind them, who will hoover up employees throughout the Highlands and Islands. And it'll end up that the smaller companies who would normally be training the 1 and 2 apprentices, they'll be left with nothing. And we'll end up stifling their economic development as we progress with these big developments. But this is an opportunity that we've never ever had before. You know, I was involved in the oil industry straight away from leaving university, and developments were huge. This is even bigger. It's much bigger for the Highlands and Islands. So really, I agree with you totally.
Cara and then Ms. Rochid.
Thank you, Chair. I really endorse the comment you made about the need for some quite specific work and done fairly quickly that maps demand and supply. And I've detected there's a perception or a misperception that some of the case being put forward by, you know, both prospective students or trainees, by the education and skills providers and by the employers is perhaps not being taken wholly seriously, because there's a perception that although there is demand from young people and there's a willingness among education and skills providers to provide, there's a perception that that demand does not meet the actual needs of employers. And I think what we're hearing around the table and what I've heard elsewhere is that there is a close fit, but we're not yet able to evidence that sufficiently to unlock that support from the quarters that we need it from. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. I have just returned from Japan and China from trade missions, and I know the Deputy First Minister was UAE. And in terms of this debate, I think it's really intriguing because a lot of the companies we're speaking to who want to invest and are planning on investing in Highlands and Islands, particularly in the energy sector, but not just the energy sector, are clearly looking for people to employ. And I spend a lot of time trying to get my head around. They seem quite confident at times they're going to get the people, but at the same time we have these debates back in Scotland about what the skills needs, what the demands, and I think linking up with employers, which some people mentioned, is so crucial here. A lot of the companies talk about having their own academies, their own training programs, and doing everything themselves, but yet we're speaking about what the public sector can do to supply the skills and the people. So I think matching that up is just really important. The final point I was just going to make was about perception in terms of young people leaving school in the Highlands and Islands and what their perceptions are of what the jobs are going to be available, because quite often the perception is different to the reality. And I think there's a big kind of public relations campaign that has to be undertaken to persuade people that there's career options in some of the industries we're speaking about. I just think that's quite important and to be part of this debate.
Thanks. Stuart.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I'm always optimistic in these situations because we have done this before in the past. The oil and gas industry came here. Nobody was really trained for that, but it was able to become a successful industry here. Last week, partly because of this event, I visited Inverness, UHI Inverness's new Sustainable Construction Centre, which is in the Longman, where they're going to be training lots of apprentices. That needs some funding, and we were discussing that with them because that's the sort of thing that I think we should increasingly do. We do have other facilities around the region. I'm thinking of ETEC in Thurso, which is also one of the best training facilities in Scotland, I think, in terms of engineering and technology. So we have facilities. I think importantly, this isn't just about young people, it's also about retraining of the existing workforce. Recently, the board visited, HIE board visited Beatrice. A lot of the people working in the facility there, which is managing the offshore wind farm, were from the oil and gas sector and had retrained. These were not people in their 20s, they were in their 40s and 50s. We have companies like Aurora in Inverness training people for the wind sector. So I think we do have the bones of something, the facilities increasingly there. What we need to do is put training in place and put funding in place to do it. And I think the private sector is willing to do it. I know from Aurora that they're very keen to work with UHI and collaborate because they see the facilities that they have being useful for students as well. We've also got them collaborating with the local school to get young people from disadvantaged parts of Inverness into that sector. So I think it needs a multifaceted approach. The other point I would make is that some of the skills needs we don't yet know because the inward investors coming, they're talking to us, but they haven't yet landed. The first thing they ask us about is, have you got the facilities to train the staff that we need? And if I take Sumitomo as an example, I was visiting them last week, and they are very pleased with the quality of application that they've had for jobs there. In fact, they're talking about growing their workforce. Originally, it was 150. They're talking about potentially up to 200 staff, which is excellent. So I think we can do this, but it does require a coordinated approach, as you say, right across public and private sector, with a can-do attitude and an approach that gets things done quickly and looks at knocking down barriers rather than sort of being concerned about them and thinking we can't tackle them. And it isn't just about young people, it has to be about the existing workforce as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I get told off for speaking too quietly, so I'll half shout, half talk, if that's okay. Yes, we're doing an awful lot of stuff in the Western Isles in relation to skills. And Frank obviously touched on the fact that this is focused on Highland at the moment, but it's crucial that it does include the island areas. And the work that we're doing is quite far developed in a number of ways, so I think it'll fit in quite nicely with what's being proposed here. My point was going to be about industry. I think it's absolutely vital that industries are involved. We're having a really good discussion with SSCN about this. There are young people they're quite keen to get engaged. We do have facilities, we're investing in facilities. You know, there's the new campus in Stornoway, which you're going to see yourself tomorrow. There's Crochsalyer down in South US. There's places where we can take these things forward. There's young people there who want to take these things forward. So I think you're absolutely right. We just need to link the two. And I'm going to refer to a visit we did to the Isle of Wight as part of the UK Islands Forum. We went to see CCAM, and one of the things that worked really well there was the fact that industry pretty much funded the whole building. They funded all the courses that were running there. There was British Aerospace, lots of other really good examples of basically the young people coming in and knowing that they were going to be going into employment afterwards because it was funded by the employers who were then developing their own workforce that way. So there's really good examples out there. I'm sure we're all aware of them, but I think it's vital that it's across the whole patch. And you're absolutely right. Your point, it's not just about young people, it's about reskilling and retraining as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just pick on a point there that Richard Lockhead made, and I think is coming up and is slightly different. This is very exciting, and the speed, and when I hear people talking about can we speed this up, and when I see statements like, you know, this is repopulation of the Highlands and Islands, and I take that, and the one word that's not coming up quite a lot today is community, and how do we take the community and the people with us on this, and do they even know it's happening? I know we all do, and there's a lot of discussions and things, but we need to make sure that people are informed, because when you hear, you know, what Bill was saying there about the 1-2-man band preachers, they are essential drivers to the economy of the Highlands and Islands as well, and it's really important that they feel a role. It's really important that the whole of the communities right across every part of this feel that this is something for them and that everybody is going to benefit. And I think that Richard made the point there about, you know, an engage a PR campaign. I do think as part of all the work that we're all doing here is that engagement on this now needs to start very, very quickly with actual communities that are going to be affected, and so that they see the benefits, and also that there is discussion on the issues that may come up as barriers, because the sooner you start talking about this, the more you come to good conclusions here. So I just think that sort of level of community engagement is very important.
Thanks very much. We've talked a lot about pace, and I think that's really important, and we've all recognised that. But we also know that one of the challenges around pace is getting these major infrastructures through the system so that they can happen. So I'd be really keen for this work on skills and capacity to also include those of us who are in that regulatory space so that we can really make this happen. And there's some exciting work we're already engaged with the offshore sector about how they can help support us to do that through money that doesn't obviously influence the outcome, but which supports how we do that. And I think if we can look at those, so whether it's us or those in the planning sector or those in Scottish Government who look at this, that needs to be part of this so that we can move at pace. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deputy First Minister. I think, picking up on the point that Yalicic was saying there just now, and following on from what Stuart was saying, actually there are case studies, there are examples in, you know, all around us. It is living and breathing in our communities. When we know the contribution that Beatrice has made, as an example, and other developments like that, Gordon Bush, where the people who are now engaged in full-time employment, gainful employment in these areas, are living in our communities. They are earning. They have their families in our communities. There are numerous case studies, as Stuart was referring to there just now, that we have the ability to be able to actually show what this can do and will do for our communities in the future. And I think that we have the ability to be able to look into that and to promote that. I also think that a lot of the work that we've been doing in developing the My Future Highland, which hasn't actually been used, that term hasn't been used at the table here, but something that the council is very much, our council is very much working with, is working with young people in, you know, it's developing our youth to be able to get their contribution not just now, but in the future, and to believe that that's a sustainable future for them. Many of our young people actually go into gainful employment, as Frank was saying there just now, but being able to go into gainful employment and learning a skill and being able to contribute to the very picture that we're seeing on there can actually work hand in hand with education and transforming skills through vocational education. Frank and I have talked a little, quite a lot on that previously. So that, going back to the point that Alisic was saying there is lots of proof and lots of examples that we can take to our communities and let them actually see that even when they were maybe sceptical, when Beatrice was actually getting off the ground in Wick, now you can actually see there are people who are living in Wick, living in Caithness, who have got jobs in Caithness because of Beatrice, the transformation of our harbour and our port that has also allowed other businesses and their employees to be supported. It's the whole picture that we can actually show supports skills development, not just now, but in the future, and our ability to be able to provide for that.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I suppose building just on some of what Raymond said, I was taken by one of the comments earlier about mapping how much of this will come potentially from young people. Our expectation, I suppose, is some of this will be in migration needed into areas just because of our depopulation and ageing demographic. And I suppose there is something for me about understanding from those businesses what will make it attractive for these people to relocate, so we have the legacy of people as well as infrastructure, because certainly in our area where we're seeing some of the infrastructure developments, it's a very transient workforce, and that, again, picking up the comments about community, is certainly being felt by communities as having an impact that's not always positive, and I think there's something about what are the wider things that we need in our communities to make it attractive for people to relocate permanently, that sense of mapping of the longer term opportunity, so it's not a flash in the pan, there is something for them for a career to relocate, but then what are the gaps in communities that are potentially needed, and we see that just of sort of social things for people to engage in some of our areas are lacking in areas, and then I think some of that is also then how do we promote these and market the areas with these opportunities for the long term, because we have a lot of positives in terms of quality of life and things that I think we can promote, but it feels like we'll need to do that as well as the work we do to invest in young people. And again, industry can potentially help us with what they understand is successful where that's happened elsewhere. Thank you.
A couple of comments probably worth reflecting on from what I've been hearing. On the promotion, I think part of what we've said and already heard from industry is they want to jointly do that promotion with the public sector, because they need the people to come in to do that. And so promotion with both at school level, telling up the opportunities that are going to be there in the long run, but also out with the region to try and attract people into it is something that industry really work with the public sector on. Employers have to be at the heart of this is key, because they have to step out the demand, the skills they need, all the rest of it, and that's going to be part of what we do. We already have intelligence in that area, but it needs to be full. But the one thing I would counsel against is trying to do that everywhere at once, because you could end up boiling the ocean rather than biting it off region by region. If we can do it, bite off one region, then as we start in parallel with another one, try and do it that way, build up brand, try to do everything at once and not getting to the end of it. So, and that is one of my concerns. The other thing I would say, I've had a number of CEOs contact me directly to talk about this, and there's a great willingness to participate in this as a private sector, and as an ex-CEO in the private sector, I know where they're coming from. What they'll end up doing, if they feel they're not getting anywhere, they'll just spend the money anyway and sort it for themselves, and that'll be the missed opportunity. they're going to do this. They've already got business cases and they've got, you know, profit and loss accounts, no doubt, for the next 5 or 10 years they need to deliver against. So the willingness just now is about doing that jointly in a way that can help more than just them, because they'll put it in, you know, employers are spending about £4 billion a year in Scotland over and above the money that we're spending in post-school education and training. So there is a win-win there that both can come together in a natural fit that benefits more but actually costs less overall, and if we can get that to work. So that's the opportunity, but the worry they have is they end up going to meetings that don't achieve anything, and they'll end up just cutting and running. They'll just say, right, I've had enough of this. So we need to be able to go with the confidence we've got an ability to cut through it, make decisions, get on with it fairly quickly in a way that doesn't stifle that opportunity that we have just now in front of us, because they're worried about coming into a forum which doesn't action, it just talks, and that's their concern. So that's bringing that discussion I'm having already with CEOs who want to participate in this to this meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to really flag up that whilst we're obviously talking about upcoming opportunities, I don't think we can lose sight of the industries that we currently have that really need those skills and need to recruit people. We're seeing a real shortage of people across all of the sectors in Shetland, and we can't lose sight of how important things like fishing, aquaculture, all of those areas that really matter in the Highlands and Islands, to the detriment of this new industry, which whilst there's lots of opportunities, I do think we have to remember that we also need skills for the industry that we do have. So it's about balance. So I think we need to remember that. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. So I think the two things that have struck me in that conversation are that there is general agreement that this is something that needs a plan. And that in the context of that conversation, I think we've done a good job at outlining what the various challenges are, some ideas for actions, but the next conversation needs to be probably entirely in the action space. The second thing that struck me is, I think it was Vicky that said, I really did write it down, we'd speed this up and find a way. And that is the aim. We talked about the dangers there. I suppose there's two dangers in my mind, and actually both of them come from Ayrshire. One of which was major investor, inward investor, hugely exciting, and then that didn't come to pass for various different reasons. But the conversations at the time were, we're all celebrating the inward investment, great, but are we celebrating all the jobs, or have we identified how the jobs are going to be provided? Because if you don't have a plan for that, you either do what Frank said, which is you have no legacy, they'll fix it themselves. Secondly, it's just a recycling effort, and everywhere else, the current domestic industries just lose out on the staff. Or thirdly, people come and then they go, and that doesn't create the legacy that we want. So I think CoHI should lead on this and avoid duplication of lots of different efforts to fix something, lots of different efforts to solve it. And the point that Frank made around having lots of meetings with industry where we keep diagnosing the problem but not actually providing solutions is what we need to try and avoid. So my suggestion for an action is that we thank Frank immensely for all his work and ask him if he's willing to do a wee bit more in terms of taking this forward, to look at, first of all, mapping out precisely what the demand is, sort of quantifying it as precisely as we can. Clearly, it's a private sector-led opportunity and a private sector-led challenge, and so businesses have to be at the heart of it. But understanding precisely what are we talking about in terms of skills, when do they need them, who needs them, and what the process is for acquiring them. Nick made a very important point that can't be lost around the enabling skills too. So, for example, with the scale of planning applications, the role of planners or regulators in all of that. I think that piece of work needs to have ownership across the Convention of the Highlands and Islands, so I'll be looking to see if people agree or disagree with this suggestion. We definitely need the national organisations involved, SDS, SFC and others, but led on a local level in terms of our local colleges and UHI. It needs to look at the skills element, but it can't lose sight of what's required in the non-skills space. So if you are going to fix this partly by attracting more people to move into the Highlands and Islands, who's going to deliver the housing and who's going to support that element of it? And it's got to be public and private sector led. So the local, the regional, the skills, the non-skills, the public and the private. The points there that have come through around some of the ideas. So the co-investment with the private sector, I know HI have a lot of form in supporting that and making that happen, and it's been a big selling point with some of the investors that have chosen to invest in the Highlands. Thinking creatively, there was talk about a joint promotion. What does the promotional activity look like across the UK? What does the promotional activity look like across Scotland, and so on? And what are the timescales? What was required last year / immediately? What is the focus for this coming year? And then what is the focus for 4 years' time, 5 years' time, and so on? So that would be my rough outline of what I think is required. And if the convention is content to agree to put in the hard yards between now and just after summer to bring back a plan that is uniquely Highland. It's a uniquely Highlands and Islands solution to some of these challenges that have been identified. Can I check if I am missing anything from that conversation as an action there? Alistair.
Sorry, just a couple of things. Could we progress this through the Regional Economic Partnership? Because we've also got a wider membership there from the third sector and from the private sector as well. And I think it would be quite useful to have that touch point before the next CoHI. Might not be there, but I think it would be really helpful to have that. I think the other thing is, you know, Frank was, I think, saying at the start that we do need to get back to some more local discussions with Shetland, Orkney, Murray, and so on. And I think that would be really helpful to get what is the local perspective on this. I think that would probably be appreciated as well. I think the last thing, which may or may not be popular, but what I'd be really disappointed in, and I think Frank has really brought this up, is that if we just talk and just provide a plan and there's no response to that plan, then we're in deep trouble. And I think it's really important that we've got the commitment from government, from everyone else in this room, that we respond appropriately to that rather than just noting it, because we will lose credibility. So that's, I think, just to add these things.
Yeah, and there's sort of 3 examples that I know I've been involved in from a government perspective in the last 6 months, where I feel we have focused on the immediate interventions, where either it's been providing funding to a particular sector cluster, which has been more than match funded by the private sector, and the Clyde Maritime cluster would be an example, I know, far from here. The second would be the specific £3.5 million in offshore wind skills at the request of industry. And the third is an action plan for advanced manufacturing, all of which has happened before reform, where that's focused on, for example, veterans. It's focused on those that are far from the job market. How do we bring in people? Because with unemployment at rock bottom, with restrictions around visa, we have to be as creative as possible to expand the workforce and to expand the skills, as everybody knows. So I think I'm very happy to put this through the Regional Economic Partnership, unless anybody disagrees, and for there to be a report back. But if it does go through the Regional Economic Partnership, I guess there's still a requirement and an invitation for some of our national organisations that may not be represented on the REP, and some local organisations that may not be represented on the REP, to feel the strong invitation from the Convention of the Highlands and Islands to participate in full with your best creative hats on. Raymond.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you said there just now, and I think by taking up the proposal that Alistair has said there just now, that the rep can actually steer just exactly what you said at the end there, and identify there are maybe some key national or key regional partners that can, and the rep can do the work of that and report it back to CoHI.
One further suggestion from me would be whether there's scope to have an interim list of recommendations, so that by the time we return to the Convention of Highlands and Islands, we actually don't just have the recommendations, but we have the agreement secured in terms of what's required with that. But we would need to therefore see what the recommendations in terms of specific actions are in advance. Does that meet everybody's objectives? Is that sufficiently ambitious to meet the scale of the opportunity? Yeah? Roughly? Okay. Thanks. Well, thank you very much, Frank, for that huge power of work. And thanks, I think you have agreed to continue to help us.
I don't think I had an option. I thought Alistair was going to have a bit of free time to go, but he's passed it back to me.
Okay, Paul.
Just briefly, Martin gave an excellent presentation at the start, and I don't know if we actually discussed that. Come back. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I am really keen. You will have seen that I have tried to ensure we're ahead of schedule. So we will go to housing next, if that's okay. And because skills is a big enabler, I think we've got an approach now to skills. The second, obviously, big enabler is housing in the context of the RTO report. So can I suggest that we focus on housing for about half an hour, and that would give us half an hour to then discuss all the other enablers, barriers and opportunities that are part of the wider RTO discussion. So Derek, over to you specifically on housing, and then we will come back, Paul, to your point around the wider points.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister, for the opportunity to do this spotlight on housing. I'm conscious that other local authority leaders may wish to support or enhance or nuance things I say here. This, as you say, is definitely about an economic enablement. It does have a read across to the skills discussion we've just had, and here we are talking about responding to the RTO paper, which is terrific in how it sets out that potential regional demand, but also allows us to then think about how we map the supply side solutions across skills, housing, etc. So I'm going to also just say that this is part of, as my colleague from Argyll and Bute has said, about the whole business of addressing depopulation, which we know there is a Scottish Government strategy to do that. So I'm going to talk about powers that might be useful for local government and local partners, and some of the funding solutions that might actually help. And this is part of the whole business of aligning ourselves across Scottish Government, across local authorities, to try and unlock developments, to simplify process, to enable activity, and to align ourselves as partners. So one of the great things about the RTO paper is it does identify the aggregated housing needs demand assessment across the whole region, and it has a figure of 36,000 houses needed over the next 10-year period. And it also identifies the 12,600 vacant properties across the region as being a thing we should be considering as a potential solution. So how would we enable that? So I'm going to just spotlight Highland Council, just because we obviously declared our challenge, and others had emergencies and other versions of how they were describing things. And our challenge, which was described in CoHI in Shetland, and thanks to my colleagues from Shetland Islands Council for allowing us in the last CoHI to piggyback on the back of their paper and add a spotlight from Highland at that point. So we're trying to build 25,000 houses over the next 10 years. Which is doubling our build-out rate. We have a mature public-private sector partnership supported by Scottish Government. It's well advanced. We normally do about 1,200 houses a year. 700 private sector, 500 social and affordable. To double that, the cost of that is 2.8 billion at current estimates. Now, I'm going to talk about financial levers in a minute, but obviously wherever we go in the Highlands, and whether you're talking to the Dunvegan Parent Council or Community Council, whether you're talking to our own harbour team in Lochinvar, whether we're talking to businesses in Caithness or Lochaber, whether we're talking to potential investors in the Green Freeport, for example, housing is a key fundamental ask, because that will underpin the kind of future workforce that we can bring in and grow. And can I just also say we currently have 9,000 people in the Highlands who are on first priority waiting lists for social housing, and that's definitely a thing that's on our mind in terms of securing homes for people who are in the Highlands at the moment. So in terms of sources of funding, there's different ones. Obviously, one of our asks, and you would expect as Deputy First Minister, and I think that's why you mentioned earlier that some of these things are difficult for you to do, and we appreciate that, but obviously maximising the public sector grant funding for social housing, and ideally over multiple years, would really allow a sort of security of pathway for developers and a sort of surety of funding propositions that would really help us. And in addition to that, we're obviously going to have to provide some reassurance to private sector partners that there is enough security of the housing pathway for them to bring forward developments. And this is where we're interested in guarantee schemes, whether that's through Scottish Government or through future powers through local authority partners. One of the things we think is interesting in this sphere is the potential of a general power of competence to enable local authorities to take things forward, especially around future mid-market rent propositions and differences of tenure. And one of the things, and again Pippa's mentioned the ageing population, one of the things that's on our mind is the future of sheltered housing and how that can help people move into a housing pathway which is more suitable for them at certain times of life, and that can perhaps free up property as well. So I suppose just on the whole finance piece as well, we have a social value charter for renewables in Highland, and we want to maximise the legacy from the investment and make sure that the people of the Highlands benefit in terms of future infrastructure development. And we also have potential in the Green Freeport for an NDR concessions to fund infrastructure developments, but it will take a while for that to flow. So at the moment, that's almost like a massive scale, and I'm not underestimating it. There is a sort of cash flow element to this, and a sort of chicken and egg. How do you unlock the developments through bringing the funding first and that security of pathway for the developers? So we've currently got energy developers who are saying to us we need the houses now, and housing developers who are saying to us we're not sure the market conditions are such that we can take the plunge and actually invest. And I'm asking myself, what's the role of the local authority in that space, and also I suppose what Scottish Government's role to unblock. The second thing we're focusing on is land. Now we have large amounts of lands in few hands in the Highlands, and not all of it would be easily developable for housing. But we do have a conversation to be had with private sector landowners and also public sector landowners, when we have some here actually. So a conversation about how we unlock parcels of land to enable housing development to actually address that needs-demand assessment. And I think that potentially is part of the single public estate, potentially rationalisation of our offices with other national partners, so we could free up buildings for retrofit and conversion. And I think that probably would be quite an important thing to do. We have 2,235 long-term empty properties in Highland, and we think that a conversation needs to be had about how we facilitate the purchase of those properties, potentially through compulsory sales, compulsory purchase, and the powers to do so, again, Deputy First Minister, and the speed at which things can be processed is an issue for us if we're really looking with urgency at taking things forward. And obviously we're progressing master plan consent areas, I'm sure others are as well. But so there's a sort of land reform piece that's quite critical to doing this at scale and at pace. And then I suppose there's been discussion in and around workforce, because it is one of the major blockers, and some of my colleagues have mentioned the risk of displacement. But if you're trying to undertake massive construction projects to feed this future energy development, you have got a huge risk of displacement. So how do you protect your supply chain? How do you build the developer capacity? How do you enable this to happen at scale? How do you bring that workforce and make it not a transient workforce, but a longer-term workforce? So we're talking a lot about how we give developers the confidence to proceed, how we underwrite and guarantee things for them, how we bring that skills and workforce through the previous conversation. And one of the other things that is a major blocker, so therefore a major ask, I think, of us to, I suppose, Scottish Government and UK Government, is grid capacity, which can prevent the speed at which you can bring forward housing developments. So ultimately as well, you know, the cost of building a house in the West Highlands would be almost double what it would be in Inverness. And that, I think, mechanisms for taking the cost of construction out for developers is definitely something we need to do. And I suppose then the last set of asks we've really got, Deputy First Minister, are around how we would fund or enable any net zero developments relating to new housing and potentially in the future existing housing. So the issue really is how would that be implemented, how would that be funded, because obviously the more restrictions that are in place, the more challenging it is to fund it. So therefore the fewer houses we would actually be able to develop. So I know that that's an issue that everybody's thinking about, but so I'm highlighting both the new building of housing, which there is sort of provision for, you know, nationally, but funding isn't necessarily there, but also any moves around existing housing. I'll give you an example. We've got 15,000 social houses in Highland, and the cost of retrofitting them up to a reasonable standard to meet net zero conditions would be well over £1 billion, which is so far is not fundable. So just to summarise, Deputy First Minister, our Housing Challenge Action Plan will incorporate a skills plan, and one of the things we've worked with Frank and Damien on, and with UHI, and indeed with our Green Freeport colleagues, and indeed with Highlands and Islands Enterprise, is a sort of plan on a page for skills, so we can map the pledges from the private sector, so we can actually give them the reassurance that the workforce will be there, and the planning to develop the workforce will be there. And then that will be part of our Housing Challenge Action Plan as well, when we go back to our future conference. So we need the plan and we need the map for ourselves in Highland, but I think there's a broader piece for the Highlands and Islands as well. Maps and pledges, regional supply side solutions. So land is to help us unlock the land as part of that single public estate and consider the ownership of housing for Highland people who wish to have it, because that's their mechanism for staying in the region, linked closely to the workforce and the creation of jobs. On the finance, support our work to secure the private sector contributions from the legacies from renewables, and also maximise the private sector developments. You know, maximise the grant programmes for the public sector piece. Consider the general power of competence and how it might play into this sphere. And in terms of capacity, help us offer the guarantees to developers, the security of the pathway, so that they can take the plunge and make the investment. Help us align the resource in terms of skills and workforce, supply chain and grid capacity. And in terms of net zero, consider the cost of the new standards and the implications for fundability. And I suppose broadly, my final point, obviously, Deputy First Minister, and I know this is important to you, it's just about the alignment of the various levers that are available to Scottish Government and local government, and make sure we're all working, as you said before, properly as a team to do this. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I'm very keen to go round our local authority leaders or chief execs, just to understand from you, along the same lines that Derek's just outlined, around funding, land, planning, construction capacity and empty properties. There may be some others, but those 5, where you feel you are making progress right now, where you would like to see greater progress in the next year or so. And Sean, I should have given you a warning here. I'd be really keen, despite Raymond's earlier comments, to hear a little bit from you for everybody else's benefit on how the £768 million of housing budget this year is being managed and distributed in terms of getting the most houses built that we possibly can. So I don't know if Orkney, I don't know if Heather or Oliver want to kick off just with giving us a wee summary of housing.
I think we recognise most of what was just been outlined, so I won't go through all of that in detail, but one of the things that we would reflect on is that we've had incredibly good support from the Scottish Government's More Homes division in terms of navigating a lot of that work. So we feel like we're making good progress actually now in terms of the housing strategy, and we're hopeful that we actually are almost there in terms of solution. But the issues of land banks, moving land around, are particularly critical, because if land has been purchased on behalf of RSLs, and then how we manage that as a strategic housing association authority as we make further decisions can be a complication. But actually the coordination and the support from the Scottish Government More Homes division is one of the things that has really impacted meaningfully on our ability to take this forward.
So you're quite optimistic about this coming year. Yeah. Great. Kathleen?
Yeah, we have got bottlenecks with the grid connections. We've got some housing developments that are just not progressing as quickly as we would have hoped for because we can't get connection in. Our empty properties, we do have a few empty properties which we are looking to bring back in. One of the things that our officers are keen is to look at relaxation of some of the regulations around the NP4 and some of the building standards regulations, because that would help to speed up bringing some properties back into use. We've also got some land sites which are really tricky to unlock. They're either multiple owners, and of course if you have to go down a CPO element, it's just timely and time consuming. So we've got a few issues surrounding what we're discussing.
Thanks. Pippa or Jim?
Yes, thank you. So I suppose similar to many others, again, without repeating, hopefully we're making some good progress on empty homes. We're starting to look at purchase, particularly some remote areas where there's particular issues and property becomes available. And we're also working quite positively looking at conversion of some existing properties, and we're doing some of that in conjunction with NHS Highland, where we've supported funding, bring some of those properties back together. So we see some progress with that, and with the More Homes division in areas like Dunbeg, which is HIF and things have been quite essential and transformational on those. I suppose the other areas, just to highlight very briefly, one, we got communities getting involved in building houses, some great examples, but that's difficult for them. There's limitations where some of the funding can go on that, and it's very costly, so there's perhaps something for us to look at. How do we continue to do more to support community trusts to do that, and good examples of where business have got involved and fund that. Developer capacity is a real challenge, and I think we only have 2 developers of any reasonable size in Argyll. So I think perhaps linking back to the earlier point is how we continue to look at that skills issue as a real issue. I think worker housing, again, more flexibility of how we could use our RPA to also support worker housing. So we're doing some with community trust, but that's as much an issue in some of our communities of just having a place for people to land, to take up jobs initially. We can't quite use it in the same way. So it's that full recognition of the remote rural challenges. And I suppose just as a stock transfer authority, it's just how we can support the RSLs who, in our case, build the houses. So they have real limitations in terms of borrowing and access to funding that we need to look at how we support those. Thanks.
Okay, I'll say a few words and I'm sure Alan will want to add to that. I think one of the big things for us is the ferry, and that's affecting cost and affecting the ability for companies to bid for work on the islands, because even if they put a price in, they plan for materials going across, skills going across, because we can't retain those industries on the island, and that adds to the cost. But in reality, what happens, they just don't bid. So there's no market, there's no competitive market. So if you are getting development, you are paying a massive island plus, because the islands always have a premium around that. So we finish up with incredibly expensive houses on the island to build, which is a real challenge. Even for us being a mainland authority with islands, that market capacity is a real challenge. So even though we're quite well situated in terms of the central belt, market capacity is really affecting tender returns at the moment across all construction projects, and housing becomes part of that. I think Derek's articulated land availability on the island is a real concern, because we've got land in the hands of a few owners, and they are dominating the market when it's released around that. But there are a few key perspectives. I'm sure Alan, who chairs the Arran Housing Task Force that we've set up specifically with community to try and address this issue, will be able to add a few more points.
Thanks, Craig. The Housing Task Force has just recently completed a detailed survey of island residents, so we had a return of 21%, which is quite healthy, and that's currently being analysed, and that should give us a pretty clear picture of the demand and the unmet requirements for housing on the island. Arran Development Trust recently completed its development and was handing over keys over the last couple of weeks to new tenants on the island, which was a great step forward. And again, the council's been working closely with them in terms of delivery. I think they are quite keen to look at exploring the possibilities around about maybe modular housing developments, and whether there's some way of trying to streamline the process that makes it simpler. And they also have had issues around about funding and tender and so on. And I know they've been working with other community groups through the Scottish Highlands Federation and others to try and share knowledge. And again, I think that's something that hopefully we can support across the wider Highlands and Islands.
Thank you. Similar experience in Shetland. We've just about to report on our empty homes project, where we've looked at empty homes across Shetland. We recognise that they're probably not the solution that we might want them to be. They're often in low demand housing areas. Their condition may well be poor, and the costs of renovation and the availability of workforce to bring them back into condition is also challenging. So, but we'll be bringing a report to the council on where empty homes work fits into the wider housing strategy. I think the council and Highland Housing Association have two large sites, Stany Hill and the NAB, which we're getting really good support around through the Islands deal, and also from More Homes Scotland. We've recognised that preparing some of these sites for housing is actually a significant cost, so the preparation work needs to be in addition to the cost of the actual build for the housing. Developer capacity is a real challenge. We've been looking at chunking down work to make it manageable for the local industry, and also good programming of work across the RSL and SIC. The issue that people are mentioning about the cost of build and then the value of the asset at the end, and that disparagement, in particularly the further out you are. I think the other thing I would say about the retrofit around bringing properties up to standard, we have actually found on occasion that it's better and more effective to actually rebuild than to retrofit. And I think that's something we really need to look at into the future, is the costs of retrofit, the skills for retrofit, and then the level of improvement that you achieve through retrofit may not actually make it worth investing in. I suppose the other issue for the council at the moment is very much exploring stepping into the mid-market rent space. The challenge as a local authority with housing to set up an arm's length organisation to enable us to be a mid-market housing provider. If there was a solution that made it easy as a housing provider, that would be really helpful to look at actually how do local authorities get enabled to step into where there's market failure around private rented sector, but actually to have to set up a new arm's length model in order to be able to meet that market failure feels like an onerous and unnecessary burden on a small local authority. So some solutions around that would be helpful for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I'll start on some of the negatives and I'll let Malcolm view the positive news. So the opportunities ahead of us are huge, but there are a number of challenges. Obviously, land availability for us is big. It's a lot of us in the crofting sector, so these processes are, you guys are working on them. You're trying to support us, but it is vital that we're able to get these things through quicker, especially with the impetus on these developments coming forward. A lot of our stuff is going to be in place and built by 2030, and then the renewables are going to be producing after that. So a lot of stuff is going to have to be done now, well, last year, this year, and next year. So. The other thing, it's been touched on earlier on, the restrictive national planning framework, the requirements for studies and flooding, archaeology, decrofting, etc. It's, when we're time critical for these projects to be taken forward, we need to be aware, or even maybe have some consideration about what we can do about that. Capacity in the local construction sector is limited, and it will be more constrained as developer accommodations need to be built out, because a lot of the same workforce will be looking to move into the renewable development sector. So it's going to be quite a tight timeline to make sure we don't lose that workforce that's enabling the works to then be the ones that are going to be delivering the future works. There are no private house builders of scale in the Outer Hebrides, Western Isles. So it's going to be very, very difficult to manage that over the next few years. Master planning consent areas under consideration. I think it's a good idea. Our issue is we've got an under-resourced planning service. So the work that's coming ahead, that's going to keep them fully occupied. So it's going to be difficult to prioritise that approach, whereas we know it would be beneficial. So some support to take that forward would be gratefully received. This is just a wider point on housing in the Western Isles. A lot of it is traditional croft houses. A lot of them need a considerable amount of work. They're below tolerable standards. So there's no funding in place to improve that. So it's just a ticking time bomb in terms of housing in the Outer Hebrides going forward. With the work that's going to happen, that I'll pass on to Malcolm in a second, there's going to be a lot of worker village accommodation required. So a lot of that will be modular, and there's going to be some legacy housing involved. So really key to that is the legacy of service sites that will be left for housing developers, the Housing Association of the Western Isles and ourselves to take forward projects. SSEN working with TIG in the tourism sector, and this is an idea I've been pushing forward myself. I think colleagues at HIE are doing a feasibility study into converting holiday properties from short-term let into long-term let, and providing some funding so that these short-term let owners are able to purchase modular, cabin, pod, whatever it is. So retaining the tourism aspect, so you're not having a negative impact there, but also enabling housing to be brought back onto the market. For example, the figures we threw out was £50,000 to £60,000 for a pod. You're then getting a house back in the housing market for £50,000 to £60,000. At the moment, affordable housing in the Western Isles is £250,000 for a two-bedroom. So we think it's a neat solution. SSEN and TIG are working on that just now for their specific project, but I think that's something that could work across the rest of the Highlands and Islands as well. And the other thing is, which was touched on a while ago, long-term empty homes. SSEN are also helping us with that, but we have an empty homes officer who's doing fantastic work on taking these things forward. I just want to touch on one thing that Craig said, and that was about the cost of actually getting materials across the island. It's increasing our costs exponentially, so some consideration to removing freight fares for construction materials would have an absolutely amazing, fantastic effect on the ability to deliver on these things. So, Malcolm, I think there's a few things you want to say.
Very little to add to that. Suffice to say, we will need to accommodate about 1,500 transient workers over a 5-year period, and that reflects the huge renewables investment coming in between next year and 2031. The good news is that we have a good working relationship with the major private sector developer, and that's about building legacy housing. It's in and around Stornoway. We would obviously like it to be a bit wider spread, but 50% of that will go back to Hebridean Housing Partnership, our registered social landlord. The other 50% to the Housing Association, Tyne and Shigal, for mid-market rent and shared equity sales. So these are, I think it's illustrative of the good partnerships you can have with the private sector developers if matters are taken forward in a coordinated way. But it's a lot of accommodation in a short time for a small population, and the issues about contractor availability and cost, these are Scotland-wide, but of course they're enhanced in the islands. I think otherwise our comments reflect many of the comments made elsewhere, but finally we were pleased to see in the programme for government the proposed continuation of the Rural and Islands Housing Fund. So I hope that commitment manifests itself. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I am now using up all the spare time that we had. So I'm very keen that Highland Council are keen to come back in. So come to Bill, and then Sean, I'm keen to hear from you in terms of the funding, and then I'll open it very, very, very briefly to others, and then we'll just get into action space.
I'll be very brief, Deputy First Minister. It's just very quickly a plea to energy developers. You know, can you just move away from the work camp model, and can you actually build homes for your own workforce, or at the very least leave behind a service site, which will then revert to the council or social landlords or whatever? Because really, this is the legacy. Is not just a legacy of you moving in 200 employees, sticking them in porta cabins, and then 3 years later when your project's finished, just to leave again. But also, you know, there's no point in building large numbers of houses if half of them end up in as short-term lets or second homes. And I think the Scottish Government have been very responsible in that, in trying to restrict that market, and really, thanks very much for doing that.
Yes, thank you. I think to come back to your point, TFM, on the funding, so obviously this year there's a significant increase in money going in the Affordable Housing Supply Programme, and that will all match back out to what it's been in the Strategic Housing Investment Plans, which was brought forward by the local authorities, and that therefore gives you a kind of degree of certainty about, you know, how we can support a housing programme going forward. But I think there's more in that that's actually trying to tease out some of the blockers, and we're trying to make sure that there's money available for infrastructure. So we're talking about Steady Hill, there's infrastructure funds there, so that if things like development site costs are becoming too expensive, then there is an infrastructure funds that we can use to try and make sure that the developments take place. So I think it's trying to make sure that people are aware that there are different sources of fundings available to try and enable and unlock housing. I think there's money that's been set aside for acquisitions to try and get some short-term money into the system, and also an increased investment on empty homes to try and again turn the stock that we have. So I think traditionally we've very much been focused on a medium-term plan, and we have a medium-term plan, but we're trying to pivot some of our actions into short-term, get houses more into the system right away, and I think that was tried to reflect back in the budget. I'm very much happy to have those conversations with each of your housing teams about how we can support that, and it has to be done very much in partnership. I think there's a lot actually we can do with the private sector. It's already been mentioned, but you know, there's a lot we can do around guarantees that we're trying to explore a little bit further once we get into the detail of where the sites are, what are the tenures, what are the kind of what are the propositions, and then how could we package them all back up collectively, you know, learning about what's going on in Ireland. There's different ways of doing this, and I think we need to be in that different ways of doing this, and hopefully we've kept some of the budget aside that enables us to think a little bit differently in that space as well. I'll pause there, DFM.
Thanks very much. An idea to throw into the mix, and then I'll go to Andrew, which will give you enough time to tell me whether it's a genius idea or a terrible idea, but whether all those summaries are actually really helpful, and you start to see very quickly what are the shared blockers and what are the areas actually in the last year or so there has been some progress on, so particularly around the funding, but whether there is scope on a regular basis in advance of the next CoHI to really, against those 6 strands of funding, land, planning, construction capacity, empty property and regulation, we could invite every local authority to just give us your high level, what you've delivered against those in terms of how many more acres of land you've been able to acquire or consent, or how many homes you've been able to deliver, but then also highlighting some of the biggest hurdles you've seen For example, on funding, someone talked about key worker funds, which obviously have existed in the past, infrastructure funds, which we have already. And then there's teasing out the blockers, to use Sean's point. So this is just be a really light touch. This is not a big report. This is sort of a light touch ahead of every CoHI. If we had a bit of a grid, every local authority, each of those areas, what are we making great progress on? It's fixed, and what are the things that can be escalated on a CoHI-wide basis to government and to Sean or to others, for example, on grid, because we don't control grid. That could be, it's just an idea. Right, I'll go to Andrew and anybody else that wants to come in.
3 very brief points. The first one, regulatory integration. No question, we will want to build houses on croft land in some places, especially in the Western Isles. We need a much more integrated approach to regulation between the Crofting Commission and the Planning Authority, so that it's zoned, you've got master plans and you've got the decrofting process integrated. Really crucial. Point 2, we will want to build houses or provide houses in places of high tourism value where there's serious competition from the tourism sector and the second home sector. We need to try and figure out how to use the residency duty, which is already in law, already in crofting law, to deliver housing that is separate from the tourism sector. We're talking to the Land Commission about that. There's a strong case, I think, for trying to accelerate that thinking. And point 3, one of the Highlands and Islands' unique selling points is the possibility to come here and bring up your family on a croft. It is a unique selling point. And if we're concerned about key skills and attracting and retaining key skills, we need to free up more crofts. So we need to get tougher on absenteeism in order to free up those crofts.
Thanks. Kathleen.
Yeah, thank you. Just picking up on some of the points that have already been addressed, but I think there are some concerns about the fact that we're talking much about transient workforce and what are the impacts going to be if they're only here to 6 or 7 years to build all this infrastructure, and then the maintenance is a much smaller workforce, and are we going to be left with extra homes that are going to be empty or holiday lets, etc. And the other thing too is that we talked about the skills development needing to be at pace. I think we're needing the housing also to be at pace, but if we do this at pace, there's a huge risk, I think, of hotels and tourist accommodation being filled up with workers rather than tourists. So therefore, in the report as a whole, we don't really look at the impacts of tourism. In fact, it states quite clearly that tourism is not looked at. But I think people come to the Highlands for their holidays, and I think we really need to be mindful of that.
Thanks. Craig, and then we'll go down here, and then we'll move on to the next section, which is to go back to Martin's presentation.
Okay, thank you. I think the comments made by Bill and Catherine in particular about the ecosystem around house building. The construction industry was once described to me as a circus where it comes into town, does its bit and moves on and just leaves the product behind. And what we've got to capture is that whole ecosystem around maintenance, around net zero, getting the value while that circus is in town, but also making sure that's continuous. And I think that's a challenge for us, but I think it's something that we really need to focus on.
Thanks, Ewan.
Thank you, DFM. Just 2 quick points. Derek had mentioned the need for sort of looking at wider public sector land, and that's something we've been very conscious of. Our draft corporate plan for the next 5 years is launched for consultation today. It identifies up to 1,500 new homes that we could free up from existing land holdings that we have if the business case for that is approved. And I think it's something that could be looked at a bit more broadly across public sector land holdings. The second point was in relation to powers that Derek mentioned, and I do wonder if there's a further action around looking at what powers do we need across the different public sector entities represented here that could allow everybody to move more quickly, more swiftly, more agilely to deliver. We certainly feel that because our powers are slightly antiquated, that we've got one hand tied behind our back in terms of what we could do to deliver different structures around housing, and that could be an easy win for all of us around the table if we looked at that and took it as an action.
Thank you very much. Yes, Stuart.
Thanks, DFM. Yes, I've been leading some work through the Regional Economic Partnership on housing because it's the #1 issue that comes up in any of our business and community consultations across the region. I think what's encouraging is that Sean and the team at Scottish Government are really engaging with us very positively around this. discussion and making things happen. One of the key roles in smaller places and islands and in our more rural parts is the role of communities, and particularly the local development officers. It's hidden away in the sort of actions from last time, but the local development officer funding is really fundamental to this. Most of the ones that we're helping fund, matched with Scottish Government, are working on housing projects, and there's great examples, particularly in Orkney. So that's something that we really need to see resolved quickly, if that's possible. I do think, again, on mid-market rent, there's some great examples across the region, because it's particularly housing that's focused on economically active people that's required to service the needs of the projects that Martin and others are talking about. So that's where I would like to see the focus. But the local community-led projects in our most fragile areas are ones that I'm concerned about. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I think there's a few things that come from that conversation that, as an update in advance of the next meeting, is around flexibility of funding. Sean, I suppose I'm at this point around where is the maximum flexibility required for funding that now exists and needs to be spent before the next budget. The construction capacity thing, I think it's all tied up with skills, but maybe give that some thought. NPF 4 and other regulatory points, I guess just really honing in on specifics, precisely what is it that people are identifying as a genuine challenge. I'm struck last June, Chief Planner wrote to all local authorities inviting as much flexibility as possible, and I think inviting any issues to be escalated with her where housing was being was not progressing as fast as it could. So there's certainly an appetite to fix and resolve anything that is tangibly stalling progress. And that point around public land that Ewan made and others made, I think is very interesting in terms of identifying land. So that's and this grid as well, which would just be really light touch. What are the things that are coming to the fore? With the last, it has been a long session and you're all looking relatively awake still. But can we go back then, having gone round the houses on two of the biggest enablers or potential blockers, namely skills and housing, go back to Martin's presentation, which obviously identified a number of different sectors. And what's important about this is it's not solely energy. It is space, life sciences, a number of other opportunities as well. And to ask the questions that I posed at the beginning, which was, where do you see an opportunity for your organisation to enable this to progress at the pace it needs to progress? Secondly, are there any blockers that you see beyond housing and skills, which we've given quite a lot of airtime to? And is there an opportunity here for a Highlands and Islands wide collective ownership of this, not least when we are trying to secure external interest or global interest in some of these opportunities? So it's really who owns the barriers, who owns the enablers, and secondly, what would a Convention of the Highlands and Islands wide approach look like to making this happen? Kathleen.
Yeah, I feel quite strongly there's two bits that we haven't really touched on. One we have slightly, but it's bringing in Ilse's point about the community. We've really got to take the community with us on this, otherwise they're going to feel that it's being done to them. We're already seeing examples in Speyside where there's a storage hydrogen plant planned and there's a huge objection from the public, but also now from a local distillery. So we have to really go out and community roadshow in their language, telling them what the advantages and socio-economic benefits are going to be in the long term. And it would be absolutely remiss of me not to mention the A96. I almost feel it needs to be duelled ahead of the A9 because I think the corridor from Aberdeen right across to the Green Freeport is going to be crucial in allowing for movement of goods and construction elements. So I think you both need to be duelled, but I would almost say the A96 in this context for the RTO is absolutely crucial.
Thanks very much. Fort William might have some views as well on key roads. So Emma.
Thank you very much. And my point was going to be coming in on the same thing around that community. I think not so much a blocker, but I think that is a real issue that we're going to face. We're already seeing that in Shetland, that people are feeling that they have already done their bit. Why should more things happen in Shetland when there's no benefit? And I think the points that Martin made around that lasting legacy really has to be things that the community feel that they have gained something from, rather than just some jobs, some people coming in, doing and then going. There needs to be some real tangible investments in infrastructure that people can look to and say, we've done this to contribute to the wider kind of areas, but we've gained this. And I think unless communities are seeing that they're gaining something, it's going to be really difficult to bring them on the journey, and we have to bring them on the journey because, like Kathleen says, otherwise people will feel it's been done to them, and we want to do this with our communities. I think that's really important.
Raymond, Bill, Paul.
Thanks very much, Deputy First Minister. I think that it's more of the same on some of the themes that we've been talking about there just now. But I think, first of all, given what we've been looking at this morning, the first thing I would say that is, if we really do believe in the data that we have there, think of the, and really believe in the absolute transformational opportunity that we have within the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, where we know that we have been facing depopulation and depopulation statistics for years. And here we have an opportunity to be able to actually dump that on the head, actually stop it and turn it round. And then on the back of that, to be able to then, as Emma and Yalisic earlier on were talking about, know what the benefit in our communities can actually be. What can it be? What can it really be? Sustainable, substantial. One of the things, Deputy First Minister, you were saying, have we left out? I think that we should always remember that the supporting infrastructure, Kathleen mentioned it there just now, getting her wonderful plug in for the A96, imagine that, Kathleen, but in general, the supporting infrastructure that we need, no matter where it is in the Highlands and Islands, and no matter what form that takes, whether it's roads or whether it's any supporting infrastructure or supporting community services, and that goes for health as well. Also, in terms of the ability to keep our areas connected. That's really, really important in being able to actually attract and secure investment in our areas. It's taking our communities with us. There are already examples of where we have investment in our communities starting to happen. At Highland Council, we have the Social Investment Charter that we have launched, our Highland Investment Plan that we have brought into being, the vision and the consistent consistent vision that we have in terms of our Highland Housing Challenge, where we really do believe that working with partners and sharing and reflecting on the work that we're doing in terms of housing actually allows people to believe that working corporately we will deliver outcomes, and as we deliver outcomes, our communities will believe. That's the main thing that I think that we need to concentrate on, and CoHI in terms of our assessing what we've actually managed to deliver, both as local authorities, partners and governments. I think that our communities, once they see that, they will actually believe that that we're investing in their future.
Thanks, Raymond. Bill felt that you were so comprehensive there. He's happy to pass by his speaking slot.
Kicked me twice.
And to move on to Paul and then Pippa.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do the opposite of a not in my backyard. I'm going to do that in my backyard.
Could you pull the mic a wee bit closer? Sorry.
I could, yes.
Yeah.
You hear me? Excellent. So it's going to be a slightly negative point, and it's very parochial, but when we looked at the maps, which are excellent, showing the population and the increases during the workforce and then post the opportunities, South Uist and Eriskay and Rebecula, which is currently part of the Uist repopulation zone because we've identified an issue, is gaining no population. So I just thought I'd need to highlight that as a ward councillor and the leader for the area. But the other thing I'm slightly concerned about is the migration of people from one area to another. So I think we will actually lose people from our area to Lewis and Harris because of the work that's going to be happening there. So I think we just need to be cognizant of that in terms of what we're doing in other fields. There's going to be other opportunities. Obviously, these are not everything that we're doing. There's an awful lot of things that we are doing, and HI have invested quite a bit in certain areas in US and Barra, so thank them for that. But I just thought I need to raise that. In terms of blockers, I touched on it in the last point, planning. You know, we're not able to employ the planners that we're going to need to take these things forward. There is national support, but I think it could be us as a local authority that are going to be the blockers to some of these opportunities. So we definitely need to address that. The other thing, and you're going to hear a lot of it tomorrow in Stornoway, is, and it touched on the A96s, it's about moving things backwards and forwards. Ferries. So we're going to need huge freight capacity. At the moment, we've got the ability to take 24 lorries a day across. There's going to be an increase to 36 a day, on top of what's currently, there's unmet demand at the moment. So it needs to increase as it is, but with these extra opportunities. So the transport is going to be, and the freight especially, is going to be a huge barrier. And I know I threw in that we should maybe get free freight in the last point, but there must be a way that we can do it to enable the freight to get backwards and forwards, and also so that that's not going to affect coming back to the community point. With this amount of workforce moving backwards and forwards to the island, the locals are still going to need to get on the planes. They're still need to get on the ferries. And so we can't lose that in all of this. So the points that have been made about the community, what are they getting out of it? If what they're getting out of it is actually not able to get backwards and forwards to the mainland, then that's even worse for them. So they're going to be really against what we're wanting to take forward. We think there's things we can do around that. I'll not waste your time just now because I've covered quite a bit. Thank you.
That's fine, and if it's any consolation, I am far too involved with the questions around freight and renewable energy at the moment from Stornoway. So we'll move on to Paul, and then Nick, Ewan and Derek. Sorry, Pippa, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Deputy First Minister. So just one long-term and one short-term, if I can. I suppose for me, if we are talking about legacy, it's how we look at flattening out from that peak longer term, so we don't see the drop-off in demand, so that we look at what opportunities, if we get those skills into our area, can we maximise on a much longer term basis. The short term was just to add to the transport issues. We are seeing some issues where we're seeing trunk road potential restrictions in areas that need access for some of these opportunities, and there are examples where transporting materials, they haven't been able to get permission to go by the trunk road, and they're then taking circuitous routes to travel on local roads, which I suppose points for me some sort of whole system coordination that we need to do to make sure that decisions in what might seem unconnected areas are joined up with these economic opportunities, which does point to a potential role for CoHI to have some ownership of this, just to make sure that we're all operating in that whole system's response to this. Thanks.
Thanks. Nick.
Thanks very much. We've talked quite a lot about uncertainty, and this is hugely uncertain, but there's obviously a direction of travel here. The one thing that strikes me as absolutely certain, from what all the science tells us, is that there's going to be massive and increasing instability around climate change. So I'm a little concerned, I suppose, that future block, or how to de-risk that, is maybe not getting the prominence it requires. It's in paragraph 1360 in the report, which seems too far back. And I know we're looking very much at the short term and housing and jobs, all of which is really important. But I feel unless we also give sufficient attention to how we de-risk the kind of investment in our natural assets, we're only storing up problems for the future. But there can be win-wins in all of this if we get some of the major private sector investors to, I don't like the word offset, but use some of their incomes to help de-risk whether it's flooding or drought or other aspects through investment in our natural assets. So there's something in there I think we need to come back to. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and thanks for giving it prominence by highlighting it. Ewan.
Thank you. Just a couple of observations prompted by Martin's framing of the discussion earlier when he talked about the macroeconomic and global supply chain risks that are causing investment uncertainty around the sector at the moment, and also the policy scenarios that were laid out in the paper. And I just wonder if that gives us a bit of a framework as to how CoHI might look at some of these issues going forward, and whether we could have a kind of quite regular lens of looking at things through a couple of different questions. First of all, we need to recognise that a lot of the project fundamentals require policy interventions that are not in the control of any of us round this table. But how can we speak with one voice about the interventions that are required and use that collective power to speak about what's really needed? And secondly, where we do have tools that are within our control, how can we be taking action that's de-risking for investors, that makes this a more attractive place to come and invest, and think about interventions that we can make that help de-risk? And I'm thinking there would be things in that category. And lastly, when we're thinking about policy interventions within our control, if we've been able to attract capital, what are we doing that helps make sure that the economic benefits are embedded? And if we always kept those three questions in mind when looking at these kind of larger strategic issues, it might be a good framework for assessing the impact of our deliberations.
Thanks very much, Ewan. I'm going to go to Derek and then Heather.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. So, just to raise a specific issue around Gaelic and the Gaelic economy. So obviously we had our conference last week on the Gaelic economy and how we're going to create jobs related to Gaelic. And thank you for your own contribution to the conference. It was very successful. Alisich was there as well. So really we were just talking about how, education is curated within communities. And if it's successfully aligned to your economic sort of opportunities and priorities, it can create jobs. And that in itself can then help businesses to grow. And through that sort of positive cycle, you can then strengthen the Gaelic communities as part of the broader thing we're trying to do. And I think that was the point we were trying to get across in the conference, the relationship between skills progression, cultural activity, job creation, and the overall strengthening of communities, which was quite powerful. And since we're putting on the table lenses through which we might wish to look at this issue, I'd simply say to you one of the things we could be looking at would be the access to services in the future provided by public services. I'm thinking about things like transport. We've just purchased a bus company for that purpose, so we can think about the access to services of people across the Highlands. And I think there's a broader question about the space in which local authorities will have to play into sort of traditionally private sector spaces, and especially in more rural communities, to sustain investment. So my last very quick point, Deputy First Minister, on the climate change piece, I don't think we're really talking about the world of 2050 enough, and what the world will look like for our young people, and why they would be hooked into working in the energy-related field. Because I think you could say that there's a real strong reason why they should be invested in that and why it would be a really good hook for them. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Heather and then Stuart.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister, and you'll just hear variations on a theme from myself today. So you're talking about blockers and enablers, and I think we all know what, we've identified a lot of these, a lot of the blockers. I think investment is a blocker. How do we target that in the right place? But I think about the enablers, I think we have to see local authorities in the respective area as the core enabler for a lot of these actions. I was really interested with some of the discussion around, investment locally and how do you bring community along with you. And I think it's important to reflect again, we have 100% employment in a lot of our areas. We have unemployment is lower than national turnover for us. So how do you actually unlock that? And I was thinking a lot about that during the discussion. And I think we have to invest in place to be able to unlock all the potential. We had a huge discussion around skills. Well, how do you actually unlock that potential? And it has to be the investment in place, and that has to be with infrastructure. It has to be with transport as well. If you can't actually get people to the place to enable people to stay in that place, I think that is the key blocker for me. is that investment? And how do you make that happen? And I am really interested in the role of local authority because we can borrow, we can be a vehicle for a lot of this, whereas maybe, for example, Crown Estate might not necessarily be able to move ahead with some of that. And I think finally, a lot of things have already been covered. I just wanted to kind of touch on Paul's point about that graph. I think that graph was very precise, but not necessarily very accurate when it comes down to the ward level. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And Stuart, and then Frank.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy First Minister. Last week we hosted a visit by Chris Stark, who's the Mission Control for Clean Power 2030. We'd invited him up to see what was happening in the Highlands and Islands, and he's going to be travelling again and further afield than in Murray Firth. But what he said was that Scotland is vital to meet net zero for the UK, and the Highlands and Islands is vital as well as part of that. So I think all of us around the table have a role as an enabler to make that happen. Just as Heather was saying, local authorities have a role, central government has a role, agencies like us have a role. In terms of identifying blockages, we had a very useful session chaired by Gregor Irwin the other day through the Regional Economic Partnership. Again, we had people like Alison Irvin from Transport Scotland around the table, and that was very focused on how do we actually make this happen. I think this work requires a programme management approach where we get together and we look at what's needed, what are the key milestones, which projects can we get going quickest, which ones are going to be slightly further behind. I think Pippa's point is that in the report it looks like a lot of peak activity and then it tails away. I don't actually see that happening. We see more projects shifting further to the right, particularly things like floating offshore wind. So I think it will be a longer period of high levels of activity. And the last point I would make is to give Paul some reassurance that as a regional agency we do understand that not everywhere is going to benefit to the same extent. So that's why we are focusing on some of the areas that are not maybe featuring. I'd give you Croc Sawyer as a good example of a strategic investment we're making in South Uist to make sure there is a strong legacy there. On the other hand, we've also got the spaceport in North Uist, which is in a key growth sector, and we do see that one as having transformational opportunities. So we're not going to forget about the areas that are not affected by these big strategic projects, because those areas are really significant for us. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I'm going to invite Frank and then Oliver, and then I'm going to bring this to a close.
I've heard part of the enabler and blocker is grid. It's come up a few times, and I know it's not in your direct control. But I wonder whether there's a case for SSE to come along, because they'll have 10 to 20 year plans in front of them just now. There'll be two levels to that. There'll be the transmission grid, which they'll have a strong view of what the projects are going to be that are successful and not successful coming through. And then there'll be the local grid issues that are likely tied to the housing issues and what's going to happen there. And I'd like to think that they'll have plans in place that you won't have these same discussions in 5 years' time, and they hooked into what your plans are. So it may be worth asking SSE, because it's a key and vital enabler to a lot of things that have been talked around here, to come along, just present their plans, what they're doing at a future CoHI. I think that would be useful.
Thank you. And lastly, Oliver.
And just a couple of points. You asked about challenges and opportunities, and I'm just listening to the conversation and thinking about the challenge, and also the experience of Flotta, which was a massive success. But over the whole period of the time that that oil terminal has been in place, we have not been able to get people to live on Flotta, even though the jobs were there. And I suspect Kishorn fell into a similar position. And it was because the physical infrastructure to connect them to the communities that they wanted to live in was not there. And it never could be there. So even with all the wealth and the money and the investment and the success of that, we have to be careful in terms of thinking about how do we actually make this really work and be appealing. And that does require on land-based physical infrastructure and transport. And there is a danger that if we focus on harbours, deepwater quays, investment in the places that the maritime sector need it, and we ignore the connectivity that we need on land, that we will not be able to make it work. And we'll have places like Kishorn, or even successes like Flotta, where the community didn't really benefit in that way. But I also think there's a real opportunity here, and you talked earlier about the fact of multi-year budgeting not being available. But we do have the Crown Estate, and that is multi-year revenue funding that's coming in. And if local authorities had a certainty over a degree of revenue funding and had a commitment to say we'll invest in the physical infrastructure and connectivity required in our communities, then we would be able to borrow and do things that the government can't do and the Crown Estate can't do on their own and really get an impact. And the communities then would sit there and say, we can see the benefit we're getting from this activity on our doorstep. So we're in the centre of an energy production power station, but we've got brilliant roads, great connectivity, access to the services and facilities that we need, transport infrastructure off islands and through islands in ways that work, and it would be successful. So I just wonder if there's a conversation to be had at CoHI around how we give certainty of funding with a payback potentially of saying borrow and invest and deliver that physical connectivity so that we don't miss the boat on this, because we're almost there.
Thanks very much, and I think that's a really interesting contribution to close on, because I'm constantly thinking about how the structures of CoHI can lend themselves to making tangible progress on the big issues that we are all facing. And around this table there is memory of what has happened previously, what worked, what didn't work. And as Heather said, local authorities in particular are in the driving seat of enabling or otherwise and escalating what needs to happen. And Ewan talked about what it means to speak with one voice on the issues that we don't control. Well, it's very powerful if there is a single position across, bluntly, political leadership across local authorities, as well as across different public bodies. Frank, I would be very supportive of the notion of inviting SSEN. I wonder if it should be wider than SSEN, for example, the National NISO and the Energy Strategic Overview of what is required and how it will be delivered. So I think that is something that we should consider in taking forward. I think in the conversation we've had already, there's some points that have been escalated. My view is that issues aren't going to be resolved without somebody or many around this table intervening. So Paul talked about capacity and planning. And I guess knowing that there is this avalanche coming, that therefore requires of us a solution. So in the last couple of months, the Scottish Government has doubled its consenting unit capacity because of that. So there's question marks there that need a solution. It's the same with the transport issues. The freight issue from Stornoway will be replicated right across the board. There's certainly examples in Argyll and Bute in recent times, and Kathleen talked about our key roads. So they won't resolve themselves, and I suppose it's up to us to find solutions to many of these different issues. We haven't talked about every different issue, and I am very grateful for those who have joined us as observers, not least our local Member of Parliament, Angus MacDonald, who I know has been doing a lot of work in and around social care. And whilst I can't invite observers to contribute, you've got us all in one place, observers, if anybody wants to discuss other matters later. But points around social care and how we act with one voice in relation to the UK government around some of the regulation or the legislative changes that are required, not just in and around grid, but in other areas, because we have talked a lot here about energy being the driver without actually any of us around this table having control over energy regulation and so on. So I think that is a summary. Thank you for contributing. I think it's been a very healthy conversation, if a long conversation. I'm going to come to you, Martin, for 30 seconds to tell us whether that 2-hour conversation did justice to your report or not.
Thank you. It did. This is a stepping stone towards the future, and it's been very helpful. We're all involved in CoHI, obviously. We're all involved in the Regional Economic Partnership. And HIA, we intend to be the glue to bring everything together. So, you know, I expect to spend the rest of my career doing this.
Great.
For a few years yet, I hasten to add.
Great. And if before the next CoHI, this has got your mind ticking on things that you really think need to come to the next CoHI as actions to agree to collectively, then please get in touch. But I think there was a lot of actions there which will be shared out. And my tummy's grumbling, so I think there's lunch served next door. Thank you sincerely to everybody who presented, particularly Martin, Frank and Derek. And we'll pick up with Richard Lochhead chairing after the lunch.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. 'Cause I'm hearing it just now. I'm seeing it there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. Sorry.
I was leaving that for the room.
Oh, sorry.
And this one's got the switch enabled.
Okay, got you. Cool. Sorry, Steve.
It's okay.
loud and clear. Thank you. Yeah, just fine, thank you. Exactly what I can see right at the back.
Good afternoon. I'm full of admiration of how you returned from the sun outside to come to discuss and talk about digital connectivity this afternoon. So thank you for coming back in after that lovely lunch and the lovely weather outside. So I'm Richard Lochhead, Business Minister, and one of my responsibilities in the government is digital connectivity. And this morning I was slightly late getting here, as you may have noticed, just by a few minutes, because I was helping to launch the new satellite technology that's being piloted on the Far North Railway line by ScotRail, which is super exciting, and that is going to deliver consistent, reliable Wi-Fi connections on our railways going forward, if all goes well with the pilots. And I think I'm right in saying that 6 trains in the north are going to be piloting this technology, so it might not just be the Far North line, but it's a big step forward, and it's the first of its kind in the UK as well. So it's satellite technology using low Earth orbit satellites, because many of you may know this, but I'll just say it anyway. Of course, nowadays we have trains of satellites in low Earth orbit, and therefore at any one time there's a satellite over you, and that means if you're using that as your connectivity, it means that it can be consistent and reliable. So we're going to have that on our trains, hopefully going forward. And as I said before, ScotRail, supported by Claris, a Scottish company from Bathgate, who are deploying the technology. It's from Starlink, the technology, are behind this as well. And there's about £250,000 of public money getting into it from ScotRail, Scottish Futures Trust and Scottish Government. So it's exciting, and hopefully it'll be a great experience for passengers on our north routes. And whether you're doing business or keeping the kids occupied with iPads or whatever, and entertainment, or whatever it is in your long train journeys, hopefully that will be a lot more enjoyable going forward as we begin to deploy that new connectivity on our trains. It's not just trains we're looking at rolling that out across other public transport as well. So that's where I was this morning, so it's very topical for our meeting today and to discuss digital connectivity. We have a number of presentations and speakers, so I just want to take you through how we're going to run this. We are delighted to be joined today by Martin Taylor, who's Chief Commercial Officer from Building Digital UK. Want to raise up your hand there? Yep, there's Martin there. Thank you. And we've also got Stephen Hennigan from UK Government Department for Energy Security and Net Zero is here with us as well. There he is, yep, thank you. And we've got Adam Cochran-Williams from Ofgem, who's here, over there. And we've also got David Speak, representing Energy UK, who will be helping answer questions on some issues as well. Now, at 3 p.m, because we're discussing digital connectivity, first of all, in terms of R100, reaching 100% of the population with broadband, the government's programme, and working with the UK government over gigabit and the rollout of that. We are also going to be discussing the switch off of the radio tele-switch service meters, which will be an item, so that's that will come up shortly as well. And we also, of course, have the switch off of the UK's public switch telephone network, which in layman's language is going from copper to fibre for our telephones and connectivity. So we'll have separate opportunities to ask questions after each of those presentations, if that makes sense. And I want to thank colleagues in the room who've travelled from London to be with us today. They've come all the way up. Just to say that as Tourism Minister, this is very regular weather for Scotland, and the sun shines 365 days a year. And while you're here, make sure you spend lots of money before you go back to overcast, smoggy London later today. So you've picked a spectacular day to come to Strathpeffer and the Highlands of Scotland. But thank you very much for travelling from London to be with us today. It's really much appreciated. So to kick off, I'm going to hand over to Robbie on my left-hand side, Robbie McGee, who's the Scottish Government's Deputy Director for Digital Connectivity, who's going to give us a few minutes on the Scottish Government policies of R100 and our involvement in the Gigabit programme. So I'll hand over to you, Robbie.
Quality of the Wi-Fi in this room and the quality of the 4G coverage outside, I think that probably reflects the overall trajectory for the Highlands and Islands, which is really positive. Now that's down to an awful lot of investment, some of it commercial, some of it from the public sector over the past decade, but it's really driven improvements in all of the main connectivity metrics, and there's an awful lot more to come. So I was going to briefly highlight some of the progress that's been made through the Scottish Government's R100 programme and point the way to what's planned through Project Gigabit in Scotland. And that's obviously a collaboration between Scottish and UK governments. That's really been at the heart of the development of Project Gigabit. And obviously, as the Minister said, we're really pleased to have Martin Taylor from BUK with us today to contribute to the discussion. So I'll briefly run through just a couple of slides just to highlight some of the impacts that we're seeing as we extend gigabit networks across Scotland and across Highlands and Islands in particular. I think it's always good to start on a positive. So I'm sure many of you will have seen this year's programme for government, which was published last week, but I think worth pointing out that we exceeded the commitment that was made in last year's programme for government. That was to connect at least 20,000 premises through the three R100 contracts, and we ended up delivering over 27,000 in total. So next time you get told that the public sector can't deliver infrastructure projects, that's a good example to point to. If we move on to the next slide, this digs a little bit more into the detail of the R100 programme. As I mentioned, that's made up of 3 regional contracts that have been delivered in conjunction with Openreach. It's over £600 million worth of investment, vast majority of that in the north of Scotland, across the Highlands and Islands. And we have a voucher scheme as well that's supporting a range of suppliers to grow their networks. Now in total, the R100 contracts will deliver well over 110,000 connectivity to over 110,000 homes and businesses. Those are the ones with the slowest speeds in the country, some of our most challenging rural locations. But as you can see from the numbers on the screen, really significant progress has been made. Over 82,000 premises connected so far, and a big proportion of those across the Highlands and Islands. And I think behind the numbers, a huge amount of infrastructure sits behind those. So 16 new subsea cables connecting our islands to the mainland, and many hundreds of miles of spine fibre that will make it cheaper and easier to deploy and extend broadband and mobile networks well into the future. And obviously our 100 build continues over the next few years. The North contract is due to run to 2028. But I wanted to briefly dig into Project Gigabit and the impact that that is likely to have working alongside R100 and commercial build. So the next slide shows the 5 main strands of Project Gigabit activity in Scotland and the crossover with the 3 R100 contracts. So those R100 contracts are shown by the 3 different colours on the map. The North lot in blue is the biggest of those contracts and obviously covers the Highlands and Islands. The 5 Project Gigabit strands are numbered on the map and obviously outlined on the right-hand side. That comprises 4 new procurements that the Scottish Government have launched. The other is a UK-wide contract between the UK Government and Openreach. So this is a real joint piece with the UK Government, and we will be coordinating all of those suppliers, looking for opportunities to really push coverage further, to drive efficiencies and to drive savings that can be reinvested. And I think that Openreach opportunity is a really significant one. So we obviously have an R100 build plan with them that runs to 2028. The new gigabit contracts commits Openreach to delivering another kind of 65,000 premises across Scotland, many of them in the Highlands and Islands. And rather than Openreach going into an area and delivering the R100 premises and then coming back to deliver Project Gigabit, there's a real opportunity to join up planning, join up management of those, to get Openreach to go into areas once and maximise coverage while they're there. And clearly, using the funding available across both contracts, we think we can drive a really good outcome from those. That sounds straightforward, but there's lots of work needed to allow that to happen, but that's the aim, and it could drive a far better coverage outcome for the Highlands and Islands and allow both of those contracts to deliver more than the sum of the parts. So beyond that, we obviously expect to conclude 2 other procurements impacting the Highlands and Islands in the coming months, and that's on the back of onboarding Go Fibre, who were awarded the first Project Gigabit in Scotland contract earlier this year. So I think if I could summarise the position, it's probably lots done, more to do, but I think we've built a really solid foundation for this next phase of activity, and probably more importantly, we've built a platform for digital transformation across government, across the public sector and across the wider economy that all of the Highlands and Islands and all of Scotland can access, and there are obviously real opportunities for all of the organisations around this table to play a part both in the delivery of the infrastructure and how, but I think more importantly how we then leverage it and maximise the value that we get out of it. So I guess that's kind of all I wanted to say by way of introduction, but very keen obviously on hearing views from around the table this afternoon.
Okay, thanks very much, Robbie. So I should say at the outset that I've been in Parliament since 1999, and of course, one of the benefits of today with Deputy First Minister and myself being here is not only are we here with our ministerial hats on, we're both MSPs for the Highlands and Islands area. So we've got obviously an insight as elected representatives, as many others do around the table, of some of the issues that concern the public. And I used to be absolutely inundated by constituents demanding broadband connections. And in recent years, that has slowed a lot. Still there with some people, clearly, and we'll discuss that. But it just shows you the progress we've made in the last few years alone. Clearly, this is an economic development intervention of the Scottish Government, because a lot of the issues we're discussing, especially the next two issues in terms of the switch-offs, are very much wholly reserved to the UK Government. And that's why it's great to have UK colleagues here to answer questions and talk about that shortly. And my final point is, just about to open up for discussion, you can ask questions, is that at 3 p.m, to discuss the copper switch-off, we have Vicky Hicks from BT online. So we might have to break into this particular discussion just for that short while to have Vicky talking about that issue, and then we'll come back to this if there's still more points people want to make. So does anyone want to come in and raise a point? Yeah. And if you can all just introduce yourselves, please, it's just helpful, and keep your microphones quite close to you. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I'm Emma MacDonald. I'm the Council Leader for Shetland Islands Council. I noticed, so it's just a question really, I noticed it said that the projection was to award the contract in autumn 2025, and I just wondered what the timeline would be for after that. We had a delegation recently from the Faroe Islands, and one of the things that really struck them, they couldn't quite get their heads around how poor the connectivity was. They're so used to having 5G everywhere they go, and there they were in Shetland, unable to get a signal in lots of places. So I think knowing what the timeline is and knowing when we might see some of that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Do you want to come back to that, Robin? Of course, if colleagues from other UK departments, etc., want to come in, please just indicate.
I'll get the hang of this eventually. Yeah, so as you say, obviously procurement timelines can change, but we hope that ultimately with the point at which we're awarding the contract, what then happens is there's then a mobilisation phase. Now that will generally take about 6 months, where the supplier will come in, and obviously what they're doing at that time is they're securing subcontractors, they're securing workforce, but they're also crucially undertaking all the survey work. The really positive thing is that we've learned lots of lessons from our 100 deployment, where OpenReach, it took a bit of time for OpenReach to really start mobilisation. But we've obviously learned from that, and I guess we're also learning from some of the other experience of Project Gigabit suppliers being onboarded in other parts of the UK. And what we've actually seen through the first contract that we've awarded through Project Gigabit, which is to go fibre in the borders, they've really kind of got the bit between their teeth, and they are powering through surveys. So we would anticipate that that will be a similar process with the supplier that comes out of Lot 6, the Orkney and Shetland procurement. So very much that onus on trying to get through mobilisation as quickly as possible so that we can start to see activity on the ground and connections coming through really quickly thereafter.
Paul, I think you want to come in.
Thank you very much. Just a quick point. We've already mentioned hard to reach. So hard to reach still seems to get put at the back of the queue. I think there's an opportunity at this stage, while you're planning and looking at the rollout of Project Gigabit and R100, is to actually focus on the areas that are hard to reach first, because we all know that the areas that are easier to reach will get funding and will get done in the end. So I think it's a real priority. Back to in my backyard, 2028 I'll be getting fibre. Leave it there.
Do colleagues want to comment on the gigabit rollout in terms of how hard to reach will be targeted first?
Yeah, I'm happy to go. So Project Gigabit is...
Just introduce yourself.
Sorry, yes, Martin Taylor, Building Digital UK, UK Government.
So Project Gigabit is focused on reaching the 99th percentile of homes with an overall budget of £5 billion, and the target is to get there by the end of 2030, which I realise for some people is still quite a long way away. There is a problem in many places in Scotland, which is that hard to reach is well into that very final 1%, which are incredibly expensive and at present out of scope of Project Gigabit or other UK government-funded programmes. Now I know that R100 goes some way further into that last percent where it can, but that does remain a real challenge for a relatively small number of people. I mean, in total terms, actually a fairly large number of people, but percentage-wise, a small number of people who don't have access to to gigabit speed broadband. On the way in which they build, we do, on the whole, leave that to the suppliers to decide the approach. What you do tend to see, though, is that they will go out to, they will build the spine out and then build back in. So quite often, harder to reach areas within that procurement area will be delivered before the denser areas. But it is a challenge, and particularly in the Western Isles, it is a challenge.
Okay, thanks. Who wants to go next? Any issues around R100s, hard to reach, importance of connectivity? This is your chance. Yep.
Thank you. Just a quick question on that 1%. It's really interesting. We had a little discussion there before. And I'm really interested in the equalities bit around that 1% that will be disproportionately the areas that these leaders represent, these areas represent. So what is the equalities conversation there when it is going to be our areas that are going to be in that 1% that aren't going to be covered? Thank you.
So I think our view on it is that we have a budget envelope in which we have to work, and there is a kind of a political decision that needs to be made about how much money can we spend on a programme as a whole. This is a £5 billion programme. To get into that, to connect that last 1% with gigabit speed, or certainly with fibre, would be £1.5 to £2 billion more than the £5 billion already. So it simply comes down to political priorities. And to date, the commitment to the £5 billion has been there, but I've not seen anything go beyond that. And it probably predates me, but there will have been an impact assessment at the creation of the project, where these things would have been considered. But I'm afraid I don't have an answer to that. Beyond that,
I think the other point I would say is, I think if you look at the investment that's been made through the R100 programme, that's the 16 subsea cables that I talked about earlier on. I think that's a hugely significant investment, one that I think Martin would probably admit would probably have been quite difficult to justify or support through Project Gigabit. But I think that provides a really important framework that we can then build out from. I think what we're really keen to do is to kind of influence the debate, to kind of try and to look, I guess, afresh at the kind of the very hard to reach conundrum, those premises that may not be reached by contracts. It's to then look at the kind of layering approach. It's to look at, well, what's mobile coverage like in those areas? What's the availability and the affordability of that? We then obviously have low Earth orbit satellites, which again offer a really, really good service, but have affordability challenges associated with that. So I think it is about, well, what are the different types of intervention that we can make that reflect that and that allow us to then target interventions in that space.
Do you want to come back in, Heather?
Yes, please, and thank you very much for letting me back in. So, of course, I have to respond and say, it's disappointing to hear that our areas are not a priority to ensure that we are covered. But I understand, that layering of what are the alternative solutions in terms of satellite connectivity, which maybe would cover those areas. But I would be really interested, if there is a political solution to this, I'd be really interested. We've got an industrial revolution on our doorstep. Is there an opportunity for revenue from that to be able to cover and bring everybody up, bring that, that whole level up, I think, is really important for these communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think, Catherine, did you want to...
Yeah, thank you. Minister, you'll be aware, being a Murray representative, that we have issues with connectivity in our schools, and the R100 rollout being delayed to 2020 is impacting on the delivery of our SWAN 2 capabilities. So it's really just to highlight that it's not just impacting our economy, it's actually impacting on our education facilities as well.
Yeah, thanks. We'll definitely take that on board, and there's, I think, other issues relating to the school estate as well, the connectivity issues. I had a hand down here, yep.
Yep. Gary Campbell, Chief Executive of the Crofton Commission. Just on behalf of the Crofton communities, I think that Robbie's point about the layering, I would suggest that that's something that could be brought forward. You've already had Paul saying that he's not going to get any connectivity to 2028, Martin saying that it runs through to 2030. There's a very clear path here in terms of when R100 and gigabit is going to actually come to the end. You already know quite clearly who the 1% are. Maybe it's something that could be addressed now. And forgive me, if you can connect trains to satellites, surely you can connect all the remote bits of Scotland, because that far north line goes through some of the remotest parts of Scotland. And it wouldn't be, I mean, we know people are already using Starlink to use a trade name. And we know the price of Starlink is coming down. I think it's something that genuinely, if you want to be completely inclusive, and I'm talking with Crofton communities here who are in some of the remotest parts of this country, I think it's something that the government should seriously look at.
Thanks. And obviously the current policy offers vouchers of up to £5,000 to those who are not part of R100, so they can deploy satellite or whatever other means they choose to connect. But some of these conversations have been in the mix that you've referred to in terms of the UK government's approach to using satellite and so on and so forth. So, Emma, I think you wanted to come back or come in. Yeah.
Thank you very much for letting me come back in. I just wanted to come in really on Heather's point and Martin's kind of comments back. And I was just thinking of the conversation we had this morning when we were talking about how the Highlands and Islands are going to be at the heart of all of this energy, all of the generation of that. And actually, I understand that it's a political decision where money is spent, but if we want to take communities with us, I would suggest that's a really good example of where we need to really look at, you know, if we're going to contribute all of this, yet we have some areas who can't even get the basics, then we're not doing that fairly. So I think that really does need to be a priority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did I see another hand somewhere? I thought I saw a hand in there. No. Any other further points? We're kind of waiting until 3 o'clock because we want to bring in Vicky when she comes online to discuss the switch off. Do you want to come back
yes,
in?
if I just come back in, so I suppose I don't really, I struggle to accept the not a priority aspect of the conversation, because we are investing collectively with the Scottish Government and the UK Government pretty heavily in these areas. So the underwater cables, incredibly expensive to lay in order to get connectivity to areas that otherwise wouldn't have got them. There is genuinely a problem, you know, when you go beyond a certain point to get fibre to those areas. So there are other forms of connectivity you can do. So there's fixed wireless, which will take it some way, and obviously satellite. But satellite is still expensive, and there are capacity issues, which is a really big thing. We would expect those prices to go down, and as there's more competition over the coming years, you'd see that come down further. But you know, we are going to be delivering, you know, tens of thousands of additional premises in these remote areas that otherwise would not be getting it. So yes, there is the question about the very last few, which are higher in number in your communities than elsewhere. But you know, this money is connecting an awful lot of people who otherwise wouldn't have previously had it.
You want to come in, yeah?
Just the point that it's the people, these are the people who will be the most disenfranchised, though. They will be the most, these will be the, so I know, so we're talking about Starling, I know somebody in Harris, the Isle of Harris, who's currently investigating getting that technology because they're so far away from anything else. And so it'll be the people who are in the furthest away, who are already disenfranchised, and I think it's really important that they are still considered a priority here.
No, I understand that. But in some of these cases, a connection, a fibre connection, will cost £100,000, £200,000, £300,000. And that is a huge amount of money to spend on a single connection. And you'd need a lot of political will to get there.
I think it's really important to look for other options and to be making sure that people are aware that that is happening and that they're not just being forgotten about as part of the discussions. Because quite often, as long as people are communicated with and that they know whether this is, but if they feel like they're disenfranchised and marginalised, then that really is not effective.
Okay, thanks. I think we've got a question here.
I think we have to be, first of all, mindful of where we are. This is the Highlands and Islands of Scotland. It is the most sparsely populated area in the whole of the country. Of course, it's going to be challenging cost-wise. That we know that we cover budgets that are challenged by the lack of population density right across the whole Highland and Island network. When you are inviting, when you're looking for investment in the Highlands and Islands, like we were talking about this morning, big investment, multi-billion pounds of investment, I think that we need to consider, you know, just exactly how are we going to, you know, what is the cost of connecting these communities that we're talking about investing, you know, tens and hundreds of billions of pounds, when we then think that there is a challenge with a certain amount of connectivity cost to these communities. That's the first point I want to make. The second point, if we are looking for development in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, and these companies are making, will be set to make, you know, a fair amount of money, why can't we use that money? Or why can't we use the social investment that we were talking about this morning to be able to help provide the connectivity? I mentioned this morning about connectivity with our communities, and it shouldn't actually, we should be looking at clever ways of how we connect these communities and clever ways of how we fund it. And I would suggest that the answer is actually in the question from this morning. We've got the ability to be able to use social investment charters and actually use the benefit that these companies are getting to be able to help fund the connectivity for these areas. Alison and Emma both said about communities would value that being a benefit to them from the fact that we are creating all of this energy, that we will and are the powerhouse of the UK, but yet we are the most disconnected in the UK. Now that doesn't square for me, and it doesn't square for our communities. So I would suggest that we really do have a good think about what we're trying to say here in terms of the cost of connectivity to our communities. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, I see there's a lot of people wanting to come in now. I'm just going to keep going until Vicky appears on that screen up there because she's supposed to be here at 3 p.m. to talk about the next item before we come back to this bit. And if she's not there, I'll keep going. Heather, you want to come back in?
Thank you for letting me back in, and I'm really enjoying this discussion, by the way. And I just want to come back in and reflecting on, you know, as leader of a local authority, you know, islands and rural areas, Highlands, looking at Raymond, it does cost a lot of money to deliver services in these areas. But what underpins that for us is transport connectivity, but also digital connectivity. Having good, reliable, fast digital connectivity makes it cheaper to deliver services in these areas. And I think we cannot forget, public service reform. How are we spending public resources and public money? Is the investment in digital actually going to save us a lot of money in healthcare delivery? You're thinking about how we can do that better. Is it investment in the economy? Thinking about how this revolutionises how we deliver business, but also education. And there's so many more as well. And I think there's something about the investment in digital that just underpins everything we do. And we can't forget that as an overall investment, particularly when we're talking in public sector and public money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else want to come in before we kind of conclude this bit? Yeah, Will.
I suppose it's roughly along what Raymond was mentioning. We saw this morning these massive infrastructure projects. Why can't we piggyback digital connectivity onto these massive infrastructure projects? It would seem like a no-brainer, because the additional cost would be relatively minimal compared with laying, I suppose, separate fibre cables to every premises. We can certainly get them to all these big infrastructure projects and then get them from there onwards. But it would seem to me to be sensible.
Okay. Right. Well, there's clearly a very strong message that is part of the new industrial revolution, as someone called it, for the Highlands and Islands, and the green revolution, that in terms of housing, transport, connectivity is in there as well, in terms of making sure that everything works properly and it's all joined up and we make the most of the opportunities. I mean, the Scottish Government's in constant dialogue with UK colleagues over taking forward this policy. Clearly, in terms of the gigabit rollout and the commitment to £5 billion, it's something we will continue to discuss with our counterparts at UK Government level. I don't know, Rob, if you want to talk about how we coordinate that and what the landscape is in terms of dealing with them.
Yeah, so I mean, as I say, I think as has been outlined, we've taken forward a really kind of extensive collaboration with the UK Government in recent times. I think that's resulted obviously in the procurements that have been launched, and obviously an ongoing discussion about that, that management of Openreach to try and drive as much value as possible from them. I think just to kind of come back on a couple of the points that were raised, I mean, I think we absolutely see the benefits in looking across the different types of infrastructure. So to your point, I mean, one of the projects that we funded through vouchers was about utilising local water networks to run fibre through those, trying to look at different ways to kind of take costs out of network deployment. So I think that's hugely important. I think we, both ourselves and BDUK will look for further opportunities to work with suppliers on those kind of things, again, to try and take some costs out of network deployment and try ultimately an increased coverage. So I think we would be, that's going to be something that we will continue to do. I think the other thing that we'll maybe come back on after we've heard from Vicky on the PSTN switch off is just around the work on mobile coverage, because I think that is a really important element. In terms of the overall connectivity mix, we obviously delivered the 4G infill programme that had a big impact in the Highlands and Islands. We've got shared rural network, which is obviously still rolling out, and I think it's still got some impacts to deliver in Scotland, but it's kind of looking beyond that. What are the other kind of opportunities that we can develop with mobile network operators that can, as cheaply as possible, but as effectively as possible, extend the reach of their networks? And we've got a number of different pilot projects that are in the offing that will test some of those different models, different technologies that can be used flexibly to extend those connectivity layers in future.
Right, thank you. The good news is that Vicky's appeared on the screen up there, to my great relief, given we're discussing connectivity. So Vicky has a time window available of half an hour, so we're going to break into this conversation. If we need to come back to it, we can afterwards. But a sign of technology in the world in which we live advancing very quickly is that lots of things are changing, whether it's moving from fibre to satellite and fast broadband to gigabit, or whether it's the switch off of copper. And therefore, Vicky's going to say a few words about the switch off, and then we'll take questions. Vicky, thanks very much for joining us. I'm not sure where you are at the moment, but I take it you're quite far away from us. You're missing all the amazing weather up here. But can you hear us okay? You're smiling and hopefully nodding, yes. And hopefully
I can hear you perfectly.
And we can hear you, that's the main thing. Thank you very much. Just hand it over to you then, Vicky, to talk about the switch off and your role.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm joining you from very sunny Essex. So where to start? So I head up the Digital Voice programme on behalf of BT Group. We are the largest home phone provider, although obviously there are around 600 communications providers across the UK, so we're definitely not the only one. And we've been working on this since 2017, and not to teach anyone to suck eggs, I think the vast majority of you all know, this is about moving people safely off of the public switch telephone network, or the PSTN, and onto a digital landline. And that's because the analogue network is decades old, it's no longer fit for purpose, and we desperately need to get our customers onto a network infrastructure that is more reliable and more resilient in the future. So that is what moving to a digital landline is all about. In 2024, there was a 45% increase on the number of faults on that PSTN network. So actually the need to get people off that network is ever more pressing. Obviously, there are a lot of customers who are very reliant on the landline. So we've been working really closely with local authorities across the UK, central government, charities right the way across, all of our countries to make sure that the awareness is out there. And then at BT, we're looking to build additional support in. So everybody that is deemed vulnerable will get a free engineer visit. So we will send an engineer to the home to actually make the switch to digital voice for them. And they also get battery backup solutions. So that is either a battery backup unit or a hybrid telephone that will keep them connected in the event of a power cut. I can take questions on that if anybody has specific questions. Probably the most pressing thing to just mention is that the biggest risk of this switchover is to telecare users. So that's people that use those healthcare pendants that they often wear around their neck or on their wrist. Many of those healthcare pendants are still reliant on the PSTN network or the analogue landline. And so it's very, very important we know who has telecare so that we can offer even more tailored support by when we make the switch over, we can actually disconnect the telecare device, reconnect it once the digital landline is in place, and test that the telecare device works before we leave that customer's property, so that we can obviously make sure they're not left even more vulnerable than they are today. And if that doesn't work, we can reverse the whole change and put them back on the PSTN until we've got a better solution in place for them. Now, the best way to identify telecare users is via data sharing agreements with telecare providers. There are hundreds of those across the UK. So we need a total of 278 data sharing agreements in place across the UK to make sure we know of all telecare users. We have 257 in place today, and the only two missing from Scotland are Hanover Housing Association and the South Lanarkshire Local Authority. So they are the only data sharing agreements we don't yet have in place in Scotland, and therefore people that have their telecare provided by either of those organisations are at more risk today than they need to be. So if anybody here is able to support getting those across the line, that would be fantastic. And in the case that we don't get them all signed, we are launching a national telecare campaign on the 2nd of June, backed by UK government. And that campaign will be seen across TV, radio, social media, out of home, so hospitals, GP surgeries, post offices, that kind of thing, in the hope that we reach 96% of adults across the UK with the campaign. And the really simple call to action is, if you have a telecare device, please let your landline provider know so that all of that tailored support can be put in place. By way of sort of a few words, that's probably all I was going to say, but obviously very happy to take any questions anyone has on the digital switchover.
Thank you very much, Vicky. That's helpful to give us a briefing. And I don't know if anyone's got any questions or observations they want to make or express in terms of the looming deadline for the digital switchover. Obviously, as the deadline gets closer, there's going to be more and more coverage of this, and there's been a bit of concern expressed in the last few months. I see Heather wanting to come in. To make sure you're close up to the microphone so Vicky can hear you.
Thank you, and hopefully you can hear me, Vicky. I'm really interested, and you did offer to answer any questions in terms of power cuts and things like that, so I'd love to ask you. So I represent an area of 12 inhabited islands, and we frequently have power cuts in the winter, and it's guaranteed that this power is going to be off. It could be from 12 hours, it could be several days, depending if the island has a generator or not. I'm really quite concerned about the digital switchover, particularly for telecare users and users with, the dependents, because once their switchover has happened and it's digital, that means those services, what is the backup there? So I'm interested in your conversations about how you see digital voice working and how you see the solution there. Is there engagement around battery packs? What is the resilience element that you see coming forward in that work? Thank you.
No problem, yeah. So, there's an awful echo. That's better. We have an industry-leading battery backup solution. It's being offered by Vodafone as well, and I think a number of other communications providers are looking into the same one because it's the best in the market at the moment, and we're always investing to get better. So the new Battery Backup Plus, which we're offering our customers from this month, has a hibernation mode. So essentially what will happen is the landline or the broadband connection will be kept up and stable by the battery backup unit seamlessly if the power goes. And it has a hibernation mode. So when that battery backup unit gets to about 25% of power left, the device goes into hibernation mode, which means the customer can then physically take it out of that and use it when they need to make an emergency call. So that the kind of first 75% of the battery will last a day or so, and then it goes into that hibernation mode, which enables us to see customers through prolonged power outages of 2 to 3 days.
Okay. Thank you. I think Maggie wants to come in. Introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, Maggie Sanderson, Chief Executive, Shetland Islands Council, and I was really picking up the issue about resilience as well. Shetland did have a very prolonged power outage due to extreme weather event where people were actually without power for 7 to 10 days. So I suppose my concern is that's not uncommon. We've had other storm events across the Highlands and Islands, across the north of Scotland, where we see more prolonged than 2 to 3 days. And it was challenging enough as a local authority to ensure our most vulnerable people were checked in on, and when you can't move people because of deep snow, the landlines were absolutely essential in terms of connecting with staff who lived in the area that we could send on foot to visit households, or checking in with neighbours who we could then send to check on the most vulnerable people in our community. I have a real anxiety about how would we respond when we don't have landlines available to us. So I think that's something, I know that the Scottish Government have been looking in terms of the resilience partnership about what does this mean for future resilience response, but my concern is it leaves us in a much worse place than we've been in the past.
Thank you. I think we'll take note of that and take it with us. I think Raymond was next, and then over to Pippa.
Thanks very much. In terms of...
And introduce yourself. Thanks.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Vicky. My name is Raymond Bremner. I'm the leader of the Highland Council, and it's nice to see you here in lovely, sunny Strathpeffer. Yeah, obviously, where we are up here, there is a lot of... I would reiterate the concern in terms of the most vulnerable in our community, especially in terms of power outages. We can have that quite frequently in our areas, and that in itself brings its own challenges to the vulnerable, the elderly, and our young people in many cases. That's one of the first things I was wanting to raise. The second thing is we already have 16% of Highland residents here that don't actually have digital broadband, and therefore, you know, I would consider that the switch off would need to be programmed with regard to that. It would be good to understand if you've got some reflection on that, and also in terms of the national considerations of timescale for switch off, and the national consideration on the approach to resilience in the event of the power outages, just as it was mentioned there just now. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no problem. So on the point of power resilience, you know, our battery backup unit is the best out there. It's the best available today. I appreciate what you're saying. It's not going to be good enough in kind of 7 to 10 day power outages. I definitely think that's one we need to take up with power companies on how we restore power quicker. The Ofcom guidance is that communications providers have to provide battery backup devices that keep people connected for the minimum of an hour. So this far exceeds that. So we just need to make sure that the best battery backup unit available is being used consistently across the industry, which I think we're getting there. Your second point, sorry, can you just remind me? Remind me what your second point was. Oh, it was around people that only have a landline.
Yes, that's
sorry.
correct.
I just remembered. So on the BT network, we have around 600,000 customers across the UK that only have a landline. Whether that's because they choose not to take broadband, or indeed it could be because they still live in an area that actually can't get a broadband connection that is stable enough to be of use to anybody. So those customers will not move to digital voice because they can't. We will move them to something called the dedicated landline service. That enables us to put them on a partially digital service. So what happens is we'll send an engineer to the local telephone exchange. They will make a change within that telephone exchange that makes that landline partially digital. But for the customer, it's no engineer visit, no additional equipment, no change whatsoever to the way that they use their landline, aside from the fact that they will have to now dial the area code for every call they make, even if they're phoning their next door neighbour. And we'll write to all of our customers, explain this to them. On the day that they switch to this partially digital service, known as the dedicated landline service, they will be without their landline for up to a 1 hour period. So we will tell them, keep your mobile handy, or if you don't have one, or perhaps you live in an area where you don't get mobile coverage within the home and you're particularly vulnerable, it might be a good idea to have someone with you that day so that you're not on your own. And that's how we'll support those customers. That is a temporary solution. It sees us through to about 2030. So we've got a number of years to work through what is the best solution for customers that still don't have broadband when we get to 2030, and how do we keep them connected to a landline.
Okay, thank you, Pippa.
Thanks, Minister. Pippa Milne, Chief Exec of Argyll and Bute Council. It's largely the point that Maggie made, so I won't go over too much again, but those storms, we were similarly hit with 5 days. There was a do not travel, so our staff's ability to respond was impacted where there was no mobile signal because a lot of the mobile masts went down. NSSEN largely relied on text notifications to let people know where food vans and other support is. So it's a real plea to liaise with both the Resilience Network in Scotland and with providers like SSEN, because I think there is a real challenge of how we deal with those issues, both for the vulnerable and our ability to respond and support them when we have no communication methodology. And then that's added to when we add in trying to communicate with remote islands where there are really limited options and we physically just can't get there. So I think that is a real concern about the constraints that this will put on us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think next was Paul.
Thank you very much. I agree with a lot of what my colleagues have said. Resilience is a huge issue. My question was going to be about the dedicated landline service. Is there a need for people to sign up to that, or will that just happen automatically? And then in the previous conversation, we were talking about the 1% who will not be receiving fibre in the future, and by 2030 will not be getting a copper service. So you mentioned you're going to be looking into that, but how will that manifest itself on the ground, and in terms, especially in rural and island settings?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So dedicated landline service, people don't need to sign up to that. We can really clearly see who only has a landline solution into their property, and that will be offered to all 600,000 of those customers in due course. We'll start our rollout of that in the summer, later this summer, and that will probably take about a year or so to work through all of those customers. So no one needs to sign up. We'll be in touch in due course. And to answer your second question around, let me just remind myself what that was. That was around... Sorry, can you repeat your second question?
I can't remember what. No, I do remember. It was in our earlier discussions, we were talking about the 1% who are not going to be receiving fibre in the future, and what will be done to support them if you've got 2030 cut-off for this solution.
Yes, so 2030 is the cut-off for the partially digital service. What we will need to do by then is work through what does the future of the landline look like after that. I don't honestly know the answer. It could be that maybe we offer a landline solution that uses the mobile network. So, I'm just thinking about my grandparents. They're both in their 90s. If they could use something that looked very much like a landline telephone, but it actually used the mobile network, that might suit them, for instance. They don't want a mobile phone. But if they had something that looked really familiar, they don't really need to know what technology it works over. As long as it looks like something they're familiar with, then it works. So that could be one solution. Or it could be that we just get customers on copper broadband. So it doesn't matter that they won't have fibre, but as long as they have copper broadband, then we can still offer them digital voice.
Okay, thank you. Oliver?
And yeah, Oliver Reid, Chief Executive of the Highlands Council, and I think you've sort of touched on a number of the things that I was going to pick up on, but I suppose just for explanation, North Ronaldsay, for example, doesn't have a broadband connectivity other than through a data signal. So there's no physical connection. The only physical connection is a copper line, and it sounds like your data might continue through that for a period of time. But what we found was that when the power went off in North Ronaldsay, the only way we could get notification of that power being down to the rest of the community was through a physical landline signal. So there is real huge concern about the idea that that just disappears without something equally robust being in place. I also have concerns about the idea that the answer to maintaining your power supply is very vulnerable people who are in receipt of telecare having to manage their battery packs and know when to unplug them and plug them back in again, and being capable of doing that within a matter of hours when we know that they're going to be out of power for days, and that the signal actually might not reach the other side because there's no power there either. So I think the vulnerabilities are really quite acute in certain communities. But I think that just reflects what the conversation has been.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone I've missed who wanted to ask Vicky a question or make a point? No? Vicky, is there anything finally you'd like to say before we let you go and I conclude?
Only for my plea for help for those last two data sharing agreements. If anyone can help me with, let me just remind myself, Hanover Housing Association or South Lanarkshire Local Authority. They are the only two providers across Scotland who haven't shared their data and are putting telecare users in those that they provide telecare to at risk. So if anyone's able to help me break through with engagement in that area and get those across the line, I'd be very much appreciated. But thank you for having me. Thank you for the time and have a great afternoon.
Okay, well, listen, Vicky, thanks very much for giving us your time today and doing your best to answer the questions and giving us an overview of where things are at the moment. I think what you've heard from the representatives of the Highlands and Islands around the table today is that there are some specific challenges in the areas that we all represent, which obviously you've heard about today, which are probably a bit different, and there's certain more vulnerabilities compared to maybe the rest of these islands. So maybe something we can take forward after today and gather all these issues together. And obviously there's a lot of issues that have been mentioned that we need to perhaps ensure that everyone's in the same loop and that they're being addressed. So there's a wee bit of time left, but we want to make sure there's not too much anxiety out there. And I think both the Deputy First Minister and myself represent lots of Hanover housing developments. So maybe we'll take that message when you can come back to us on that in due course. But thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, I'm really glad that worked because I was very nervous about an online session in the middle of a connectivity agenda item, but it all went well. Yeah, everyone's nodding. Fine, it went well. Good, thanks for that. Right, I'm trying to juggle various guests we've got here and agendas. So the next item is the switch off in the energy sphere. So I think we're going to kick off with my Scottish Government colleague, Jake MacDonald, who's going to speak to us about the RTS switch off. And Jake, you're from the Scottish Government's Energy Consumer Policy Lead. So thanks for being here today, and do you want to just give us a quick overview and then we'll take it from there?
No, I think that's it working now. Thank you, Minister. So I'm hoping that many of you already know what the radio teleswitch service switch off is. But essentially, RTS is a type of electricity meter in people's homes which is operated by the long-wave radio signal. The BBC operate that signal, and it has come to the end of its operational life, and it will be switched off on the 30th of June this summer. Customers who use the RTS typically use it for time of use tariffs on expensive electric storage heaters, and if we don't have solutions in place for those consumers, there is a potential for there to be a considerable impact on households and businesses, particularly vulnerable households in the rural and island areas, many of whom are off the gas grid completely. In terms of the powers and responsibility for the switch off, it's a fairly complex picture. Energy infrastructure is reserved to the UK government, and that includes the RTS switch off. This is an industry-led initiative, and we've got David online, and the actions of suppliers are regulated by Ofgem. So I'm glad Adam, Stephen and David are here to help me answer questions today. Progress so far has been slow. I think everybody would agree with that. It has been too slow, and there is a considerable number of properties still to be upgraded in the Highlands and Islands, and a disproportionate number of those are in communities that many of you will represent. In terms of the impact that this will have, there is, to some extent, a bit of an unknown around what the impact will be when this eventually does switch off. But I understand Energy UK, Ofgem and others have been working on the technical solutions to make sure that there is no consumer detriment experienced. Our role in the Scottish Government has been to raise awareness, and we have undertaken a considerable amount of engagement over the last year. That started with the current acting Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Net Zero, Gillian Martin. We wrote to suppliers and we contacted local press to try and raise awareness. Following that, there has been several ministerial level and official level engagements with UK Government, Energy UK and Ofgem. And we have at all points tried to find the right balance between holding our colleagues to account and working very constructively and collaboratively on the switch off. So I think I've probably covered all of the main points there. I don't know if either of you want to say anything, or David, if you want to say anything before we open up to questions.
Thank you. So, well, yes, David, I feel as if we're in the Hunger Games or Star Wars or something, but we've got this massive screen in our room just now, David, and your face is on it. So thanks for waiting patiently to join this agenda item. So just to recap, David is from Energy UK, but he's a consultant. We've got Adam here from Ofgem, and we've got Stephen from the UK Government. So it'd be good to hear your perspectives before we finish this agenda item at some point. So if you want to come in now, or you want to, we've got at least one hand up. Yep, on you go.
Yeah, so hi, thank you for having me up here today. Yeah, I'm Adam Cochrane-Williams. I'm head of... Pardon, sorry?
Just remind us of your role and your role.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm head of stakeholder engagement for markets at Ofgem, and RTS is one of the main areas I work on. So yeah, the RTS switch off is a priority area for Ofgem at the moment. We've been treating it with increasing urgency over the last couple of years as the switch off date has been getting nearer. In terms of numbers, there are currently still around 400,000 radio teleswitch meters on walls across the UK. Over 100,000 of those are in Scotland, and of those, we think around 40,000 are in the Highlands and Islands. So that's quite a disproportionate effect it's had, has on Highland Island communities. So we've been working incredibly closely with government and Energy UK and the industry in basically prioritising the switch over from RTS meters ahead of the switch off date. So yeah, David, did you want to add in some from the supplier perspective, the work that's been going on?
Yeah, I can do. Thank you, Adam, and thanks, Jake, for the brief intro there. Happy to chuck in some further detail when we get to the round of questions on this. I'm sure there will be some. And indeed, I thought Vicky had stolen our thunder earlier when she introduced her piece by talking about decades-old infrastructure, no longer fit for purpose, and desperately need to get hold of customers. And I think that's where we are as Energy UK representing suppliers here. We are still desperately wanting to talk to those remaining RTS customers to have them book appointments, to get visits in the diary, to go and replace their ageing infrastructure with the meters that will be served by what we've obviously been building for the last 10 years, which is the new comms infrastructure for energy, which is the DCC and the smart meter communications infrastructure. Absolutely right. What Jake says. We've been working very hard, very closely with a number of industry stakeholders. I'm very grateful for the support that Ofgem, Scottish Government and UK Government have been giving us on this, because for a long while, it was about awareness raising, and we've contacted customers through various channels as suppliers to let them know that this is happening and we need to visit their property. That call to action went out loud and clear in 2024, once we had decided that we ought to set a final end date to push those remaining customers over the line. And we are now in a place where we still need to reiterate that call to action. We still need the support of local community partners to talk to customers with a trusted local voice, if you like. But we're also in a place where we are slightly adapting that message to talk to some of the changes that are underway, the moving towards what happens after the 30th of June switch off date, the reassurance aspect of the messaging that we need to put across from this point onwards. And so happy to talk to some of that in due course if that's appropriate. I'll leave it there for now and await your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, and just raise your hand or something if you want to come in at any point. Okay, I'll invite questions now if anyone wants to ask a question or make an observation. I don't know who went first there, so I'll pick Pippa.
Thank you. First of many, I suspect. It was a question about those properties that won't be covered by the DCC network, or those areas that allegedly have coverage of DCC network but don't get a reliable connection, and what that will mean in terms of either just the operability of their systems or the issues in terms of the exacerbation of fuel poverty and things that will come from not having access to the preferential rates, etc. So certainly see that in our area where allegedly properties have coverage, but that doesn't play out in reality, and whether the current limitations in Scotland where you have to use the DCC WAN can be widened out to some of the other options that might provide connection to those that currently can't access it. Yeah, if you could answer that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. We've got 4 guests here on this subject, so I'll ask for a volunteer each time. If not, I'll just start picking people. But yes, you're volunteering, thanks.
I can start us off on this and David can jump in where he's got more technical knowledge.
Just bring the microphone close to your mouth.
Yep. I'll start us off on this and then David can jump in because he has more technical expertise on this than me. But our view as a regulator is that there shouldn't be any technical barriers remaining now for this, because a couple of weeks ago an amendment was made to the Smart Energy Code, which means that suppliers can install cellular comms hubs now instead in areas with low WAN coverage, and in the small percentage of areas where that doesn't work, they can install a pre-configured smart meter. So as the regulator, our view is that suppliers no longer have any excuses from a technical perspective. But David, have you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. and we don't talk in terms of excuses to not help out. I mean, we have, you're quite right, been working on removing the final technical barriers to fitting smart meters in all these areas for some time now. Pippa's quite right. There's a difference between what suppliers are told by the DCC in terms of coverage of a particular area with their signal and the reality when we turn up on the doorstep. And quite often, and in a lot of cases when we've been trying to do RTS in the area of Highlands and Islands, we've had to walk away empty-handed, if you like, given that we weren't able to commission a smart meter on the day. What Adam's described is a very, very useful, we'll call it a workaround, but it's an alternative to using the type of communication signal we've normally been allowed to use for DCC comms in the north and Scotland, and we're switching it over to using a different one. And to be clear, that works very well because you've got two different elements. You've got an electricity meter and a comms hub which bolts onto the top. It doesn't really matter what comms hub you use, apart from contractually, and we've managed to get around the contractual restrictions there. So we are now going and using mobile telecommunications to connect these meters to the smart DCC, where beforehand we were not able to do so. Now, noting that we've had lengthy discussions earlier in the meeting about the lack of mobile comms in some area, we do then have one further fallback option, which is suppliers have been working with the manufacturers of their meters to get them pre-configured at the factory, which is not something we normally do, but we can pre-configure a small number and keep them on the vans as we visit properties, so that even if we can't get any signal whatsoever, we are still able to install a meter that's got a time of use tariff built into it, because we've set one up before we've turned up to the property. And then over time, as the either the mobile signal or the DCC standard signal up in the north and Scotland, when that is built out and we can access it, then we can go and commission that meter properly, so that it'll be permanent, ongoing two-way communications with the meter. So yes, Adam's right. We are comfortable now that there are technical solutions for all these scenarios that have been holding us back in the past. And we're actually revisiting some of those customers now who we've not been able to, or we've had to walk away from in the past, getting back into contact with them and saying, can we come and try something different for you now? And it's been working quite well.
You want to come back in briefly?
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, so it would be useful to have details of those, maybe outside of the meeting, how you can access them. I know, as well as others here today, our first-hand knowledge being bounced between the DCC and provider not being offered those options, not having a mobile connection option for that either, and just conscious of the June deadline, and then you get sitting waiting 8 weeks before you can escalate to Ofgem to get a resolution. That I can see some people, as time ticking along, left without a solution and without an ability to escalate to get that resolved. Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Paul was next, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And apologies, I'm going to have to run off after this question. Yeah, well, I'll wait for that. I'll get it on the way past. It's a policy leader, Colin Island Share. I'm aware I haven't done that bit before, so apologies. In the Western Isles, we have 2,500 RTS meters yet to be switched off. We can't get an appointment. Our customers are phoning constantly and are not being responded to. And when engineers do arrive on the island, we're told that they're not actually able to visit all the properties that need done. My neighbour got done and I couldn't. We're in a ridiculous situation. We have a June 25 deadline. That's, what, 6 weeks away? We need, I mean, the briefing note I got from our officer was there's an existential crisis which can only be resolved by flooding the islands with smart meter installation engineers. That's not going to happen. So the people who are going to be left with their hot water permanently switched on, or worse, their hot water permanently switched off because of this situation, we should not be switching off in 6 weeks' time. I think Ofgem, and yes, they've done some campaigns and advertising campaigns and threats of reactive sanctions, but I think they should be ensuring that these things are done before there's a switch off. We should not be cutting people off and leaving them in this situation. So the arbitrary date of the end of June 2025, I don't understand why there's that date has been picked. Is there a reason for it? Can that be extended, pushed further back? I know it's to encourage the supply companies to actually install the smart meters, but that's not happening. And it's the customers and the people who live in the Highlands and Islands that are suffering because of it.
Okay, well, that's obviously a very serious issue. I don't know if Ofgem have got a comment about the cut-off date or the...
So I guess there's two parts to this. First of all, the 30th of June date is the start of the switch off, so it's not a date which basically the signal just cut off across the whole country. It's a phased switch off, and it's going to be done on a area by area basis, and it will be risk assessed so that the areas of lowest risk will be switched off first, and that will allow industry to work out where the problems are and get to those properties which still haven't been switched quickly to resolve those issues. Again, David can talk to more detail on that, but the actual date of the switch off isn't in Ofgem's gift. It's as Jake said, it's a BBC signal, and that signal being provided is a commercial agreement between BBC and the energy industry. So unfortunately, we can't intervene in the actual date that happens. But David, did you want to come in just on that, how the switch off and the transition arranged yet?
I guess worth pointing out that we are in near weekly discussion with Stephen and colleagues, including ministerial level discussions with UK government, and you know, to your point, Paul, the question about whether or not it's approaching too fast, the deadline has been at the top of the agenda with those discussions for some weeks now. So, you know, the consideration, as Adam described, is around a phase out of the signal, around risk assessing how many are left and where. And we are at a point now where we are working very hard on that exact question to make sure that we aren't leaving people in a position where they've desperately been trying to get hold of an appointment and not been able to, and they're left with the outcomes that you describe on heating and hot water. So work in progress, but ongoing discussion in terms of how that phase out looks and who's impacted and when. I am very keen to take back the feedback that you've given us around availability of appointments, particularly in Western Isles, and it's something that we discuss with Ofgem fairly frequently as well. The more feedback we can get around this, and we know obviously that it's generally particular suppliers that are more represented in those areas than others, and we can have direct conversations with those companies to see how their capacity and availability is looking for installers in those areas, and whether or not they are experiencing demand from those customers that's well over and above what they can cope with. So all I can do is suggest that I'll take that away, and if you want to contact us, Energy UK or Adam at Ofgem, and we can have further discussions about that.
Thank you. That's obviously a pretty serious issue that we will also have to pursue at Scottish Government level as well. I saw a few hands, coming up. Did somebody put their hand up over here? It was yourself next year.
Thank you. Maggie Sanderson, Shetland Islands Council. I'm really pleased to hear about the fact that it won't be a hard stop. I think that's been really concerning for our community. Again, I think we're experiencing like the Western Isles, we're off-grid areas, so gas just simply doesn't exist. So our householders are predominantly using RTS unless they have oil. So we've really seen a challenge around the engineering capability to meet the demand for smart meters. I hadn't heard about the solution because we have many stories of people having engineers turning up with them being told that they can't have their new smart meter. So I'm really pleased to hear that information. But again, I don't think that's been shared more widely, because we can get that information back out into our communities to make sure that people who thought they can't switch can now push to get their switch. I suppose what I'd be really keen to see is a safety net for householders that essentially this is the responsibility of their energy supplier, so they should not be left with a higher rate of energy for something that they used to get a lower rate of energy for. So my view would be that if the energy supplier can't meet the requirement to switch the meter, all of their electricity should be provided at the lower rate, and that would give the incentive to get the change to ensure that they can be properly metered. I think it's really important we have a safety net for householders. These are, there's a good reason that some of these people haven't requested the switch. They're probably older householders who haven't seen some of the messaging. We're pushing it really hard in Shetland, but we know we have a really big backlog, and we know that there will be individuals, and we're asking family members and all sorts of things to follow up for different most vulnerable households. We're getting information out through our care teams and things, but actually I think I'm really concerned that it will be the most vulnerable people who haven't had the ability to switch and haven't followed up and haven't kept chasing for an engineer appointment. So let's make sure that they get the lowest rate of energy for every unit rather than being switched to the highest.
Okay, I'll take a couple of contributions, then we'll come back to our guests, maybe give us a couple of answers. I think Andrew was next.
I just want to take this in the round.
Introduce yourself.
Sorry, Andrew Thin, Chairman of the Crofting Commission. So I talked to a lot of crofters and a lot of other people actually around the Highlands and Islands, and I think this conversation underlines the value of CoHI actually. I don't doubt that all these people we're hearing from are trying very, very hard from the perspective of where they're sitting. We're sitting in a different place with different perspectives. But what I'm hearing is not just that people are worried about things being switched off or things not connecting. They're losing confidence in the use of technology to do things. And that's serious for our economy, because Stuart Black and Alistair and HIE in general have worked really hard over the last 20 or 30 years to drive this idea that the Highlands and Islands economy can fly on the back of technology. And now people are saying, I'm not so sure, you know, I can't trust it. It'll probably get switched off, or someone down south will forget to switch me off, or, you know. So that's a serious worry. It's undermining confidence in these technologies in the Highlands and Islands, and that will undermine our economy. And the second thing that's happening is that there's a growing sense on the back of this of being the politically left behind, and that is damaging too and dangerous. So I do not doubt that people are trying very hard, but I hope the message is loud and clear that we need to try harder at this, and Ofgem in particular, who have some clout in this, needs to try harder.
Thanks, Andrew. Powerful points. I think, Sarah, you're next.
Thank you. Just to build on some points that have already been made, absolutely agree about the confidence element, and I'm conscious about the narrative around digital health solutions, and we get a lot of resistance against that already. So building on that point, I think it's going to be really important that we reinstill that confidence. And again, sorry to repeat, but I think there's an opportunity for us to do some very helpful comms for our HSCPs if we know exactly what we're saying. So I think more information about the phased switch off would be really helpful, about what the alternatives are, I suppose partly so at least consumers know what they should be asking for. I think that's going to be helpful, and we can take that back into our partnerships. And just in terms of your feedback, really great to hear that you can take some feedback from today. And just to build on the point that Paul made around the islands, it's not just the Western Isles, it's the islands all around the west and the north of Scotland, and we're coming into the summer season, which means no bookings on a ferry. So if people are thinking about how they're going to target the hardest to reach islands, they're going to need to factor in ferry availability in that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'll come up to Derek. I think you were next.
So actually, Maggie said...
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Derek Brown, Chief Executive, Highland Council. Maggie mainly covered everything and more that I was going to say. Probably did it a lot more eloquently than I was going to. But I've got a couple of things just to chip in. Just as a sort of theme that's running through this, what we know is that the delivery of projects and public services in rural areas is extremely difficult. And what we're hitting here is a number of parallel projects which are coming on stream or off stream at similar times and are difficult to actually implement because of rurality, because of geographical sparsity, because of population sparsity, geographically expands population sparsity. So I think I would just ask everyone from a UK government, Scottish government perspective, just to reflect on the fact that that digital divide is just symptomatic of just generally the challenges that people have living in rural areas and the difficulties that people have in reaching them. and the importance of not leaving these communities behind. So that's sort of the first thing I wanted to say. I'm not particularly sure these things are necessarily turned into sort of funding consequentials generally for local services. I just, again, want to make that point. I think if we're going to be phasing anything, communication becomes critical. So, you know, whatever the plan is for communication, very important that that's transparent. In terms of risk assessment, and I have this point for the last 2 or 3 items, I'm not entirely clear what actually was done in terms of risk assessment, who was involved in it, what kind of exercise it was, and how locally connected up it actually is. And I think a bit of transparent sharing of that information will actually help with your local partners. And this was my last point, and this was really the sort of bigger thing, just even going back to this morning. It's great that UK Government and Scottish Government are having conversations, but we've got a number of parallel areas of activity here across things like grid connection, energy developments, digital kind of expansion, digital switch off. And I think that actually what I think we would benefit from in terms of sort of local partnerships is that connection up with that intergovernmental oversight with local planning towards implementation. You've got some great examples of it in Scotland. So I'll give you the example of there's people actually here from the Scottish Civil Service who are involved in growth deals for our local Inverness and City region growth deal. If the same principles were applied to intergovernmental oversight for some of these other bigger things we're trying to do, bearing in mind the scale of what we're trying to accomplish, I think it would actually help with things like this. Here what we're hearing is 2 or 3 projects which are critical, need some oversight and some transparent communication. That was just my suggestion. But other than that, I agree with Maggie.
Thank you. I think I'll allow our guests to come back in and respond to some of these really powerful points. Maybe you can address the issues over safety net, and also there's issues around communication, and there is the question over risk assessments. Obviously, you're hearing a lot about concerns over vulnerable people, particularly in the Highlands and Islands, because of this disproportionate impact here and the unique challenges. So I don't know who wants to go first. Ofgem maybe, and then we'll come back to David. Or
yeah, I'll come in quickly on things that Ofgem is doing currently. So first of all, on the point about safety nets and people being worse off. So we are updating supply license conditions currently, so that basically if people are still on an RTS meter at the point the signal is switched off, then the suppliers are in breach of their license conditions and therefore open to compliance and enforcement action. We're also looking at changing license conditions, so customers have to be put on an equivalent tariff. But actually having a smart meter on your wall does actually open up options for cheaper tariffs anyway. So by getting more people onto smart meters, that is one way of avoiding detriment. Another thing we're doing to ensure people aren't worse off is we're tapping into the voluntary redress fund, which is where the companies we regulate, if they are they pay into this in compliance cases to avoid enforcement action. That fund is used to fund various projects. We have got an agreement to use that fund for households who need remedial works done to get the RTS meter replaced. So if that means a bit of rewiring is needed or a meter needs to be moved, then that will be done at no cost to the householder. That is still the kind of the governance and the framework. We're working with Energy Saving Trust on how that gets administered, but that's another thing we're putting into place. And we're being very clear in our conversations with suppliers, particularly around things like appointments, that they need to make sure the resource is in place, because this is their responsibility to get this done. And my director is having weekly conversations, particularly with the likes of OVO and Scottish Power, on making sure that they are meeting the demand for appointments, because we are hearing from whether it's consumer groups, councils, housing providers, that the demand is not being met. So those are conversations we are having at a high level and are coming up at the ministerial meetings that we're having as well. So those are the things that the regulatory levers that we're able to pull. We are doing all we can to make sure that RTS meters are being replaced at pace, but obviously they're clearly not being replaced quickly enough, but also putting in mitigation to make sure that we can mitigate as much detriment as possible when the signal is switched off.
Thank you. Just before I bring David, I think Oliver wants to come in.
Yes, thank you very much for letting me come in. And actually, you made a point there earlier, and it's very reassuring to hear all of this actually in terms of the work that's going on, and also some of the advances in technology and abilities to use smart meters differently so that they can connect. But you made the point that they offer access to better tariffs. And we're in areas, or we represent areas where people are using an awful lot more electricity, and currently they don't get access to those tariffs. So they're paying £4,000 a year to heat their house as opposed to the nominal 2,000 or so, or more. I'm concerned that all the focus is on RTS, and when that is resolved, and it should be, and it has to be, because that's where the greatest vulnerability is, then the suppliers will disappear and leave behind a whole host of people who are on lists looking for smart meters. Because I've been told for 2 years I can't get access to a smart meter. I have a 4G mobile signal and fibre into the house, courtesy of R100, but I can't get a smart meter. And there are lots of houses in that situation. And the danger is that we perpetuate an inequality in these communities where vast numbers of people don't get access to smart meters, even though they're asking for them. And they're in contact because all the impetus has gone away after the RTS is resolved. So if there's any reassurance about the continuing rollover to smart meters in our communities, I think that would be really valuable for people who are in those kinds of positions as well, after we've resolved the RTS situation.
Sorry, you coming back in there because we can't hear you.
So as I was saying, if on sort of the smart meter, the wider smart meter rollout, did you want to come in on that?
Yes, so I'll just introduce myself. I'm Stephen Hennigan. I work in the Smart Meter Implementation Programme in the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero of the UK government. So first thing to say, this is an absolutely core sort of priority of UK government ministers, as I'm sure it is for Scottish government ministers, and there are kind of very regular meetings. While it's industry-led rollout, industry-led RTS rollout as well. This is something that UK government is is an absolute priority. We are thinking about how best we can support the exchange of RTS meters, and Adam has talked about certain obligations that are on the industry. We basically all have the same goals. We're all trying to achieve the same thing. And to your kind of question, Oliver, was your point about in particular in the last few years, about prices going up so much and people not on the Highlands and Islands, well, in the islands in particular, not getting access to mains gas, and therefore electricity is more expensive. Is it that kind of change over the last few years? No.
No, it's more the fact that they have to pay the peak rate all the time because there's no access to an overnight tariff, an EV tariff, whatever it is, 7 pence a night for 7 hours. None of those options that are available to the rest of the UK are available to people who don't have a smart meter. And so you're constantly paying the 27, 28 pence. And in fact, the standing charge up here is higher because allegedly all the electricity comes, instead of from the turbines around us, it comes from Battersea or something. And so actually there's just a mechanism where the communities feel very vulnerable. But my concern is that all the focus of the providers will be on getting us over the RTS, and then they will leave. And they won't come back again to these communities, and they won't deliver the smart meters that are not RTS linked. They're just the normal meters in people's houses that would then allow them to access tariffs that would be better.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, as you'd expect from someone like me working on the programme, I'm absolutely strongly in support of the use of smart meters. A couple of things that I would say is the fact that RTS, while it is a problem, it is an issue, it is being kind of resolved at pace at the moment. There will be a very significant number of meters that will be replaced as part of the RTS programme that will solve the problem for quite a few people. But you're right, we can't take our eye off the ball and then just kind of withdraw. And that is why we are making sure that we are doing everything we can to kind of maintain the pressure and learn the lessons from the RTS rollout that is spread around to the smart meter implementation program overall. So there are things like, you know, incentives, the kind of communication with customers, the lessons learned to make sure that we are not withdrawing. We are kind of making sure that every customer is offered a smart meter, and whenever there is kind of communication issues about maybe there's some people who are less interested, other people who can't get an appointment, that is not acceptable at the moment when it comes to the RTS replacement rollout, and that those lessons need to be learned for the wider implementation program.
Right, thank you. I think what we'll do is just bring this to a conclusion and maybe ask David, were you going to come back in on any of those points briefly before I kind of round things up?
Yeah, thank you. I can do for 60 seconds. I think just to ride on the back of what Stephen's just said, and maybe Oliver, to put it more plainly, the RTS activity that suppliers are undertaking right now is proving to suppliers and to industry indeed that these areas are reachable and the smart technology can be used much more than it ever has been in the past. So the demand, the latent demand that I think you're describing for non-RTS households is not something that will just be put to one side and forgotten about once the high priority activity for RTS is concluded. And by the way, I would expect that we are at a point now we're doing more than 1,000 RTS replacements a day. That's up from 1,000 a month a couple of years ago. So there's positive news here. I'd expect it to increase even further beyond that in the next 2-3 months, and then probably start to dip down a little bit after that as we get to the final customers who maybe are slightly more reluctant to come forward, and we have to work hard on getting them across the line as well. So there's capability as well as capacity to bring those what you might call more discretionary smart installations forward as we go through towards the end of the year and then into next year, and they absolutely must be served by suppliers from this point onwards. Now we've proven that it's doable with the technology we've got available to us. And I'll just round up, I think, on some of the concerns on the two things that I picked up earlier. I think Derek and others pointed out the importance of communications. The communications element of the phase-out activity that we've got in plan is a live topic. We are working through it right now, and we understand fully exactly how important that is to be sharing the way this is going to happen. And that's because we're already getting customers who are expressing their concern that their appointment is falling in July rather than before the 30th of June outcome. So we need to address that urgently, and that those comms and messages will be shared with all our partners in these areas as soon as we possibly can, certainly in the next couple of weeks. And then on vulnerability and the risks of switching off, let me just describe, I think, the pre-June the 30th status and the post-June the 30th status. Pre-June the 30th, suppliers are booking appointments into their calendars, getting the installation workforce to the doorstep for those customers who ask it for us. After June the 30th, we know that we'll start to see an increasing number of customers coming forward because they've started to see an impact on their heating and hot water. And that demands a different response. That demands a much quicker response and getting out there in a reasonable time frame that might be maybe hours, certainly within sort of a day or two. And that's why the priority for getting to the customers in these Highlands and Islands areas is so high, because actually getting to them quickly when something's happened to the heating up water is much harder than it is if you're just booking a standard appointment into them. So all those elements are taken into account when we start planning the phase-out activity, so that we have a few customers as possible that will be in that position that would need to call us out at short notice to go, as we say, try and find a ferry booking, try to find accommodation in these areas in all the island groups. And the last point of vulnerability, very heard loud and clear, and really appreciate the support that we are going to need in those areas where we simply have not been able to determine that the message has been delivered to certain vulnerable customers. We'll be turning to local partners, charitable organisations, local councils, housing associations, neighbours, anyone we can to make sure that they are over the line and they know that they need to be talking to us to get an appointment sorted out before their phase-out activity takes place.
To a conclusion. So, a number of powerful points were made. I think it's good that UK Government colleagues and Scottish Government colleagues are in the room here together. There's a lot for us to take away and reflect upon and then speak to again with Jem and colleagues about some of the points made that I don't think had landed with myself enough, and it's been really helpful from my point of view to hear about this. In Scottish Government, there will be a variety of ministers with a stake in this issue in terms of protecting vulnerable customers and other issues. But as Minister of Innovation, clearly I'm concerned by the impact of advancing technologies and, as others have said, not leaving people behind. Understanding as UK policies roll out, they can have a disproportionate impact in certain parts of Scotland. And clearly today, the Highlands and Islands have expressed very clearly that perhaps there's not enough of a realisation that some of those issues are quite challenging for customers in the Highlands and Islands. I think another point that was very powerful was that all the issues under this agenda item of digital connectivity, whether it's the switch-offs or the rollout of gigabit and new technologies and satellite, they're all interlinked. So if we don't have them all going at the same pace, you know, then people will be left behind. And as Andrew said, we have to make sure that people get faith in advancing technologies and that they're actually there to help them, not to hinder, and not to cause greater social problems in their communities. So it's been a very helpful session, and it's obviously very worthwhile having that, because I've learned a lot. I'm sure we've all picked up bits of information we weren't aware of before as well. So thank you to our guests who've come from afar to be with us today in person, or indeed online as well. I hope you've taken away some of the very serious points made, and you'll take hopefully appropriate steps to try and address them, but we'll speak again about those. So I think really that's all from me, and unless there's any final reflections on this agenda item before we move on. Yep.
Yeah, it's really just, I'd raised some questions about digital stuff this morning, and I was asked to defer it to this afternoon, so I'm just wondering if we could take a minute just to go through the questions I had on the digital paper.
Yep.
Yeah, so it was in relation to the Digital Public Service paper 5 this morning, and it was about the Scott account. When it was created, my account is already established and widely used. So it's, will the Scott account eventually replace my account, and if so, what will the transition plan be to minimise disruption for users and third-party system suppliers? And how does introducing Scott account align with the principle of prioritising user needs given the potential for multiple logins? I've got another couple linked to that, but I can go one at a time if you like.
They're very detailed questions, but clearly we've got a digital one-door policy that's been rolled out in the Scottish Government, and there's been quite a few developments in the last few weeks I've noted on that in terms of the number of people engaging in it. So Robbie, do you want to try and address this, Special Counsel?
No, indeed. I mean, I think there's possibly a substantive agenda item in that in a future convention just on digital public services, which I know is in the planning. I think there is a joint digital strategy leadership board which is in place, and that's between CoHI and Scottish Government. And that's kind of overseeing a whole range of joint work between central and local government. And I think a big part of that is about kind of understanding the digital identity ecosystem and how it best serves you know, digital public services and more importantly the users of digital public services as we go forward. So I think a big part of that is about exploring solutions at the moment which kind of best fit the needs of both local government and national services. So that includes consideration of my account and obviously the Scottish Government Scott account digital product. So within that conversation, I think you know, the kind of reconciliation of the two will come out of that. So, but again, I think that's probably one for a more detailed discussion around digital public services at a future convention.
Yeah, is there more? Yeah.
Just one.
Okay.
You've answered most of them, but it's really just the new digital licensing solutions, how are they going to align with the existing systems like Uniform that we use for licensing and planning? So just making sure that everything gets joined up, really.
Yeah, as I say, I think that's that digital strategy leadership board is looking right across the system to look at the the kind of interactions between the different products that exist for local government, central government. So I think that's very much the forum where that will be worked through and agreed.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of that work's been taken forward jointly with CoHI and Scottish Government, and my colleague Ivan McKee is in charge of public service reform, so he's dealing with a lot of these issues as well, so we'll pass that back to him. Any final comments before we leave this agenda item? No? Yep, briefly, yep.
Sorry, could I briefly just...
introduce yourself again.
Sorry, Martin Taylor, Building Digital UK. No, I just want to take on board the comments you made about the last 1% and the concerns around that, and just to say that just really clearly, these people are not being forgotten about. We don't yet have a clear solution for them. But I just want people to take heart from the fact that in 2019, just 6% of the UK had gigabit speed connectivity. Now it's at 85%, and Scotland's at 82%. In the next 5 years, we're aiming to get to 99% or as close to 99% as we can, and that includes in Scotland as well. In Scotland alone, we will be subsidised, and that's obviously a combination of subsidised and a huge amount of commercial build as well. R100, the additional premises that will be delivered over the next 3 years. Project Gigabit, another 250,000 subsidised premises to be delivered over the next few years. It's a good news story. This is, it's transformational for communities here in the Highlands and Islands and around the UK. So please do take heart as part of that. Was what I just want to speak.
Well, thanks very much for that optimistic note. And there is a lot of good progress and good news, and there's a lot more to come, I'm sure. Obviously, a constant dialogue we have with the UK government is the UK percentage, quite often a bigger percentage in Scotland. So we have to always reflect that and to make sure that we try and push that extra mile. But yeah, there's a lot of progress been made. And in Scotland, we've gone from 18% full fibre to, 95% now across the country. But in terms of the remaining 5%, we've also got to be conscious that that's, in certain parts of Scotland, is still a bigger percentage than 5%. So we've always got to keep things in context. So thank you again to guests who've attended today, and I'm just going to hand over now to Deputy First Minister to give some concluding remarks.
Thanks very much, and thank you all. We are at our last agenda item now, you'll be pleased to know, and I wanted to touch on actions and then next steps and then a final matter. So actions will be circulated for comment by the Secretariat team. In my calculation, we have some actions around the skills plan between now and the next CoHI, with an interim update that will allow those that are responsible for responding to any recommendations to actually respond to recommendations, so that by the next CoHI we have, hopefully, recommendations and responses to discuss. Thanks all for your involvement in that. The second one was around this housing grid, just light touch. It's not to sort of create a whole cottage industry of reporting on housing, but I do think it's an interesting means of escalating common issues, and I touched on some of those earlier when I was summarising. There were some specific requests on housing around funding flexibilities, MPF4, etc., which I know we will have captured, which we'll feed back to you. There was also a request around getting SSEN and or NISO to attend a future meeting. That was the sort of high-level points that I had identified as actions. There is obviously an opportunity at the next meeting to consider specific issues. From our conversation, I had honed in on something in and around transport as an enabler, or key transport in terms of key transport pressure points, perhaps, is just an option. Social care. I'm conscious that we didn't discuss that today, but is obviously challenging, and not least with some of the announcements today around staffing, but whether that's linked with just general provision of public services and childcare as well. That was my sort of pitch for issues, but I'm going to give 10 seconds of not saying anything to see if anybody wants to add anything else, and let me guess, Kathleen.
Sorry, yeah, me again. I've had conversations with some of the Highland Islands leaders, and we were just wondering, using you as a vehicle for lobbying more than anything else, but we obviously have the strategic timber transport network, and certainly in Murray we've seen some real improvements to our road structure on the basis of it. And most of us have distilleries, and some have salmon in their constituencies and wards, and we were kind of thinking it would be good to lobby Scottish Government and also, more importantly, UK Government, because obviously the monies that these industries are taking in and paying, we're not really seeing much reflected back locally, and just wondered if there was an opportunity to get some community wealth building discussions on a more national stroke, even international level, because a lot of these companies are now owned by overseas companies, and the excuse we get from the distilleries is always, well, we're paying all our taxes. But we're really not getting anything back, and we would be looking to, you would take some of the heavy goods vehicles off the roads and enhancing, for example, in my area, Bucky Harbour, so that we can bring in off the road. But equally, if we can't use the harbour, then we need to be taking some of the infrastructure and the roads repaired, because these lorries, there's grain lorries going up and down, then there's the whiskey going down to be bottled. There's a lot of heavy road industry, which we're struggling to keep on top of. We're needing improvements on some of our main other roads. We've mentioned the A9 and the A96, but there's things like the A95. You know, these are all needing improvements. So I'd be grateful if collectively we could do some kind of lobbying through yourselves to UK Government to see some money come back into the area.
And the A82 as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if we did a session then on, you talked about community wealth building, and earlier Heather made a point which stuck with me around communities. It's about investing in infrastructure, and I asked Pippa this question when I was visiting around regeneration and the best way of deploying public and private funding in a particular locality. So I was very chuffed in this year's budget that we managed to see a significant increase in regeneration funding for the first time in a while. But there's maybe a question of bringing that all together. I don't know, Kathleen, if that's too far removed, but we could do it under the heading of community wealth building, maybe some update on the legislation, but also around regeneration and where the private sector contributes to that regeneration. Maggie.
If I could just add in, sorry, it's Maggie Sanderson, Chief Executive, Shetland Islands Council. I think the community wealth building theme really makes sense when we were looking at the regional transformation opportunities, how that could generate a scale of community benefit from new energy, from offshore wind or onshore wind, and how that gets used, because I suppose we're beginning to see a real concern that community benefit is going into community, and actually if you want to transform communities, it's the things that local government does that really transforms communities. And if we had an income stream that was guaranteed over 30 years, we could front load the change that communities see, which again I think is about taking communities with us, which is the conversation we've been having today. If you could let the communities see real benefit from the development that happens in their community early on, then I think you can get a level of buy-in that at the moment community benefit is stretched out in a way that it's trickling into communities and not transformational in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we could make this into quite a substantial piece then, sort of local authority led. I have a interest as well, which is just to throw into the mix that Visit Scotland are very kindly working on a piece of refreshing the strategic infrastructure plan for tourism and congestion areas, and it's linked with generating revenue streams, because obviously there's opportunities there. And having convened a mini meeting conference a couple of weeks ago with many of your representatives, I think they're now working on a updated plan, so it might be good to bring that to CoHI, not least because it will be after the summer holidays. So. Great. Okay. Anything else? Great. Okay, so I can't remember if I said it already, but we are going to be in North Ayrshire in autumn 2025. So we look forward to that. Thanks for your hospitality in advance. And the Secretariat will be in touch to confirm the date. And as always, if anything springs to mind, in the intervening period, then please let me know. The last piece I want to address is to thoroughly and totally embarrass Alistair Dodds, who is not expecting this at all, because this is Alistair's last convention of the Highlands and Islands, and if ever anybody embodied the Highlands and Islands in one person, it is Alistair. And many of you will have known him for many, many, many years, which is not to suggest he's old, but he has been working in the Highland public sector for decades, senior management positions in the Highland Council over 18 years, chief executive for over 6 years until August 2013, joined the board of HI in April 2014, so not much of a retirement there, and appointed chair in May 2020, and in April 2023 the Scottish Government reappointed him for a second 3-year term. And when we look at some of the opportunities that we discussed earlier today, I know that Alistair has been instrumental in his leadership role of bringing together private sector, third sector and public sector. And I know, having spoken to many, many, many people, how much they have valued his leadership over the years. And I always think it must be true if a third party tells you. And so we're enormously grateful, Alistair, for your leadership as chair of HI most recently, but spanning your career. And the purpose of my commentary is to embarrass you to such an extent you don't forget just how grateful we are for all that you have done, and wish you enormously well with whatever comes next. But based on your track record, I imagine there won't be much of a retirement either. But I wonder if you'd all join me in just thanking Alistair.
Thanks very much, Deputy First Minister. I used to like you. But I think, well, I've really enjoyed my long years working in the Highlands and Islands. It's been a fantastic opportunity. It's a real privilege as well, and things have moved forward. And you do see the benefit and the purpose of CoHI and Regional Economic Partnership. But this afternoon's discussion, that there are people that still don't understand that the Highlands and Islands are a part of the UK, and an important part of the UK, and that 5% they keep talking about as if it's just a little bit at the top. It's a whole set of communities, and it's so important. So I think, the work that you've led, the work that all my colleagues here have done, I think is really important for what we are. But can I just thank you for your kind words? They are very appreciative. One or two people asked me today, would I make a big effort and be as obnoxious as always? But the advice I got from my wife before I left this morning was, just take it easy, be cool, don't disappoint everyone at the last. So, but just thanks very much to everyone. I do appreciate it.
Great. Well, in recognition of the momentous occasion, you've got 15 minutes extra of enjoying the sunshine this afternoon. Thank you all very much, and we will see you tonight or in 6 months' time. Thanks.